Ms. Best, can we have roll call, please?
Did you unmute Ms. Denton?
She is.
Okay. Vice Mayor Parton,
Here.
Councilor Randolph,
Here.
Councilor Holloway,
Here.
Councilor Denton. Oh, yeah, Denton, she's on the
I'm
phone.
here, I'm in, Missoula, Montana.
Montana.
Yeah, I thought she couldn't call in.
She can.
She is.
Councilor Pelham,
Here.
Vice Mayor Parton, you have 5 present, you have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
Read it for me, then I'll give you a motion.
Okay. Do I have a motion to go into closed meeting pursuant to Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3711A1 to discuss and consider personnel matters including but not limited to the assignments, performance of specific appointees and employees of the city, including city manager, and to discuss the prospective candidates for an appointment to various boards and commissions. A8, to consult with legal counsel and staff regarding specific legal matters where such consultation in open meeting would adversely affect the city's interest, and to the extent these discussions will be aided thereby. A4, for the protection of the privacy of the individuals and personal matters not related to public business.
So move.
All right,
Second.
motion's been moved by Ms. Pelham, seconded by Ms. Randolph. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, Ms. Best, roll call.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yeah.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Motion passes to go into close.
All right, thank you. And Janice, we're gonna get you a phone number real quick.
I'm gonna go talk to Rashad
Okay.
right now.
Okay.
And that was it, in the
They
middle.
got on 230-some thousand.
All right, ready?
$460,000.
Started spending it on up here.
All right, we are coming out of closed session with the intent to go back into closed session at the end of this meeting. Do I have a motion to come out of closed meeting?
So move.
All right, motion's been moved by Ms. Pelham, seconded by Ms. Holloway. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. Ms. Best, roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes,
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Motion passes to come out of closed.
All right, thank you.
Cer-
And can you do the certification?
All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered routine by council and will be approved.
The certification for the
Oh,
closed session.
I am so sorry. Hold on. I pulled to the wrong page. Certification pursuant to Virginia Code 2.23712D, where only public business matters, one, lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and two, identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in closed meeting. Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Motion passes for certification, for certification.
All right. Counselor Gore, did you want to go ahead and make your motion?
Yes. Forget what I'm doing again.
The one about the advertisements.
That's right. I'd like to make a motion for city council to advertise the city attorney position for 3 weeks using the same platforms as a previous submission and with the equivalent budget.
So, second.
All right, motion's been made by Counselor Gore, seconded by Counselor Pelham.
Could you read the motion again, please?
Can you read the motion, Ms. Best?
Yes. Motion for city council to advertise for city attorney position for 3 weeks using the same platform and equivalent budget as prior.
And let me clarify, platform and announcement.
And announcement, okay?
Yeah.
Johnny?
Yeah.
You talking about that, the profile that we used,
Just the advertisement.
just the ad? You don't want to use the profile?
We said the
okay.
advertisement.
All right, well, I just want to clarify, that's all.
Just the advertisement. instead of-
I'll put it in there. Do we have a second? Do you want me to repeat it?
Yeah, I believe this.
I already
Ms. Ho-
seconded, I agree.
Okay.
And platform,
Okay.
is that what was said, platform was added?
Yeah.
And advertisement.
So if we need
The same
clarity
way-
on what I
same
mean by
ways we did it
platform,
last time.
it's the search engines, whether it be LinkedIn, NLC, VML,
Wherever we
Waco,
advertise.
wherever we advertise.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay. Seeing none, roll call, Ms. Best.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes,
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Parton.
And do you want to do the one about the advertisements for boards and commissions?
Sure. I'd like to make a motion that moving forward, the city clerk will advertise all city council appoint board and commission authority vacancies in the weekly newsletter for the city, for the city manager, on social media, and on our website under the city clerk and council page. Right now, we can start off doing it bi-weekly, if that is good for you.
So start off doing it bi-weekly? Okay.
And
Okay,
in particular, make sure that you put in for the ones we had in today's packet, the HRHA appointments.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
In particular, when you start off, be sure to include the HRHA appointments that we had in our packet tonight. We're not going to make a decision on that.
Understood.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right.
Question.
I'm sorry?
Question.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Pelham.
You didn't include, regular newspaper.
I
Do we
didn't
need-
include that because when we last talked about it at the council meeting, there was questions about how much, what was the ad, and Molly was doing the research on it, and we never came back and discussed it. So for right now, I didn't include it because that was questions from people.
Maybe not for all, but for the city attorney, I do think we need to place that in a newspaper.
No, we did do the newspaper for the city. If
Okay,
you're going
so-
back
so
to
that
previous
would be-
motion,
Okay, so, no, I'm
We're-
just thinking, oh yeah, that's the point.
Yeah, we're
I'm
talking about
sorry.
boards and commissions.
Excuse me.
it's
I-
okay.
I
But
was-
to answer your question, the newspaper was included. I just gave a couple of examples.
Okay.
All right, the motion was made by Counselor Gore, seconded by Counselor Pelham. Are there any questions?
One more question though. However,
Oh,
even
sorry,
in,
Miss-
with our city, everyone does not read. I mean, do they know the website? Do,
Oh, so,
well,
So it's for
hold
right.
on. Let's just hold on 1 second. We got Counselor Randolph has
Oh, I'm
her
sorry.
light, and then Ms. Pelham, and then,
I was trying to answer the question, so I don't really have my light on.
okay. Counselor Randolph?
I just think that we need to clarify vacancies. And that's because we need to give guidance to Molly what vacancy means, because her being new, any upcoming term ends would be, I assume, what we're wanting to also include as a vacancy. There may not be the actual vacancy itself, but there may be renewing, terms that are coming up due. So we want all of that to be included as vacancies as well. So I think we just need to make Molly clear what we mean.
reappointments,
Yeah.
that would be a vacancy.
I just think it needs to be clear to Molly
Okay.
what we're doing so she understands what our expectation is. So vacancy doesn't mean just when somebody quits and leaves it open, but it also means any terms that are coming up to end.
Expire.
I would assume that's what everybody is in agreement with.
It'd be,
And
Yeah.
how soon do you want her to look at the terms that are coming up to end so we can get it advertised? Because we can't wait till the term's over, because sometimes it's important to the boards to have, people
I
to
would
fill it.
recommend 3 months before the board term expire, we start advertising.
how much?
3 months. I mean, but the vacancies now in October, so we probably should have advertised 2 months ago. So people can put their stuff in, put their resume in, fill out the TBR, etc. 2 or 3 months for me, I don't know how long.
Makes no
You
difference.
put it
to me.
out there, I mean, you don't,
Yeah, I just
Until-
think we need to get something clear to Molly so she understands
I
how
rec-
far in advance.
I recommend that Molly advertise the vacancies that we know we have right now. And as the clerk, let her come back with a recommendation on how frequent you want to go out based off of what you feel like your manpower and schedule can do.
Okay.
Well,
That's what
doesn't
my
it-
recommendation is.
Doesn't it depend on how often the boards meet?
That's what I'm saying. That's why I said let her make a recommendation, because she was actually working on this already when we had our
Right.
last work session. So my recommendation is for her to immediately put out the vacancies that we know are empty. Let her come back at the next meeting with a recommendation on the frequency in which she can do those prior upcoming vacancies, so we're all on the
Okay.
same page.
I'm fine with that. So,
Me too.
all right. Ms. Best, can you repeat the motion?
Motion is to,
Me?
No, no, James, we're having, Ms. Best repeat the motion.
Yeah, I thought you said for me to repeat it, I'm sorry. I thought, no, you're not.
the motion is to task the city clerk. I'm sorry, let me start. The motion is to task the city clerk with the boards and commissions vacancies to advertise all boards and commission vacancies in the weekly newsletter for the city manager under the city clerk on their website and the council page bi-weekly. Is that correct, Counselor Gore?
And then for the city clerk to come back with a broader plan.
Come
at our
back with
next
broader
meeting.
plan, okay,
At our next meeting.
okay? Is that clear for everyone?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right, roll call, please.
Counselor Denton?
I'm going to vote yes, but, Ms. Beth, I am having a hard time hearing you. You must be a good ways from the, speaker. So I'm not really getting the motions over again, but I think I got the gist of this one, so yes.
Okay, I'll try to get closer and speak louder. Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Motion passes. Vice Mayor Parton.
Okay. All right, at this time, we will recess until 7:30.
Bless you.
Janice, I'm gonna go ahead and put you on mute.
Thank you.
Okay, now let me tell you. Very wobbly. I can't really.
Can you hear me now?
Call me first.
Miss Bess is gonna talk now. Can you hear her?
This is Verizon. Can you hear me now?
Could you hear her, Janice?
Can you hear me, Miss Denton?
I can hear you, Molly, but it's kind of like, I can't really distinctly, your voice is coming through, but it's like you're in a tunnel somewhere.
Okay,
I
do they have a
I
connectivity?
I don't know.
Phone?
I don't know how to rectify that.
Let's see.
I don't know if anything Rashad can do.
Yeah, I got my cell
that
phone.
To clear that up. John, you.
Oh, no, she's on the, yeah, she's on that. Let me see.
Yeah, they told me I can't get
Molly did,
Thank you. I'm gonna go down a minute.
hold on one second, Janice.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, my bad.
Yes.
Has Rashawn left?
I think he is in his office. I can go get him.
Okay.
Okay, let me do that.
Yeah, do you mind just giving him a call?
Let me go ahead and mute on mics right now
Okay.
because we are in recess. So I'm gonna go get him because I've got to check my car, my lights.
But hey,
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming out to our city council meeting tonight. At this time, Ms. Best, will you please conduct roll call?
Yes. Counselor Denton,
Here,
Counselor Pelham,
Here.
Counselor Randolph,
Here.
Counselor Holloway,
Here.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Here.
Counselor Gore.
Here.
Vice Mayor Parton, you have 6 present, you have a quorum.
All right, thank you. At this time, we'll have prayer by Reverend Danny Tucker, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Counselor Pelham. Please stand.
Let us pray. Most gracious and eternal Heavenly Father, we praise and we worship your holy and righteous name. We thank you, Father, for this body of leaders, O Lord. We thank you, Lord, for their dedication and their courage and their honesty. And Lord, we're praying that you would give them your help as they seek to guide the path of this city. Please, Lord, allow your presence to dwell within the city of Hopewell so that we might live up to our name, Hopewell. Bless our law enforcement, our fire department, and the various servants of the city. Help them, Lord, as they carry out their duties, and may they give you praise and honor, Lord.
Yes.
We pray, Lord, that you are pleased to dwell with the city of Hopewell and give us your power and your help. We thank you in your holy name. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Reverend Tucker. At this time, is there a motion to amend or adopt the regular meeting agenda?
I'd like to amend the agenda.
Okay.
So would I.
I'd like to make a motion that we move the communication from citizens right after the consent agenda.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Motion has been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Counselor Pelham. Any discussion? All right. Hearing none, Ms. Bess?
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton, motion passes.
All right. Thank you. Is there a motion to amend or adopt the consent agenda?
Make a motion to adopt the consent agenda.
All right. Thank you. I'll second it. Any further discussion? All right. Hearing none. Roll call, please, Ms. Bess.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Motion passes, Vice Mayor Parton.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Bess, did we have anyone signed up for communications from citizens?
Yes, we do. I believe we just have one, but I'll grab the sheet, and this young lady here, let me get the sheet.
Okay. All right. I'll just read it out loud for you, this part. A communications from citizens period limited in total time to 30 minutes and part of the order of business at each regular city council meeting. All persons addressing council shall approach the microphone, give name, and if they reside in Hopewell, their ward number, and limit their comments to 3 minutes. No one else is permitted to speak on any item scheduled for consideration on our regular agenda of the meeting. All remarks shall be addressed to council as a body. Any questions must be asked through the mayor only, and there shall be no discussion without permission of the mayor. Any person who makes personal, impertinent, abusive, or slanderous comments or incites disorderly conduct in council chambers may be barred by the mayor from further audience before council and removed subject to appeal to a majority of council. See Rules 405 and 406. And at this time, Miss Emily DiCarlo.
Doesn't do anything laying my portfolio on this. Good evening, Honorable Johnny Parton, Vice Mayor, Honorable Counselor Deborah Randolph, Honorable Counselor Arlene Holloway, Honorable Counselor Janice Denton, Honorable Counselor Brenda Pelham, City Attorney, and the City Manager, and to all whom honor is due. First of all, you all know my name is Emily Grant DiCarlo. I want to thank you all for the letter that you sent requesting information from the Portsmouth Commonwealth Attorney who is investigating the case of my daughter, Angel DiCarlo. I appreciate you are doing that. It helped a lot. As you all know, on December 18th, 2018, Angel DiCarlo was shot by a Hopewell, Virginia policeman. I am very disheartened by this, as you all know. I have lived a lot of my lifetime in this city of Hopewell, been associate minister for 16 years at the Mount Carmel Baptist Church in Hopewell, Virginia, been an author, poet, entrepreneur, and philanthropist. I attended Arlington Elementary School and Carter G. Woodson and graduated from Hopewell High School and went on to receive both bachelor's and graduate degrees from Hampton University. I have been dedicated to serving my city and its citizens in many capacities. I served my city as a counselor for community education and employment services in the 80s and served on 2 boards, the Appomattox Regional Library Board and the John Tyler Community College Board. I also served as youth director for the Hopewell Red Cross. I am addressing you all today because as a citizen, and a solid one at that, I would like, according to the Hopewell City Charter, for you all to do the following. First of all, I want to remind you of the City Charter, Chapter 4, which constitutes the governing body of the City of Hopewell. You all possess powers as outlined in Chapter 2 of the Hopewell City Charter relative to powers of council, and I'm not going to quote them now because I'm sure you all are familiar with the charter. But in accordance with Chapter 4 and Chapter 2 of the Hopewell City Charter, I am petitioning City Council to request that the Oversight Committee review police policy regarding the following. Number 1, the first issue is related to the failure of the policeman who shot Angel DiCarlo on December 18, 2018, to have her transported to the nearest medical facility or emergency room. Angel DiCarlo's body lay bleeding on the ground for more than 5 hours after she was shot. There is evidence that she was still alive for a period of time after being shot by the police officer. The medical examiner's report confirms this. Angel Angel was sentenced to death that day and did not receive due process because the policeman played judge, jury, and executioner. If this is a policy that the victim not be transported to the nearest medical facility, then it needs to be changed. Angel's constitutional rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness were violated that day. Note, when another person was shot by the same officer, his victim was immediately transported to the hospital, where he later succumbed to his wounds. I am referring to the man that was shot by the same officer in 2017. This is information gained through the Freedom of Information Act. Angel is this policeman's third victim. 2, Angel's name was immediately released in the media as some kind of criminal with a long history with the police. The officer's identity was never released. I am submitting that a policy review be made to determine if there was one that prevented this officer's name to not be released. And if that is the case, I am submitting that council ask the oversight committee to look into this said policy in order to reconstruct one mandating the immediate release of the policeman's name who shoots any citizen. 3,
Mr. Carlo,
yes, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, your time's exhausted, but can ask City Council if they would agree to you to go a few minutes longer.
I'll make that motion.
Okay,
I'll second it.
Second.
okay.
Motion to allow Ms. DiCarlo to finish has been made by Counselor Pelham, seconded by Counselor Holloway. Roll call.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, you have, motion passes. You may continue, Mr. Cole.
Thank you. I am submitting that a policy review be made to determine if there was one that prevented this officer's name to not be released. And if that is the case, I am submitting that council ask the oversight committee to look into this said policy in order to reconstruct one mandating the immediate release of the policeman's name who shoots any citizen. 3, Angel's name was immediately criminalized by the policeman who shot her. I am requesting that this policy be reviewed, if there is one, and modified to prevent an officer from waging a smear campaign against his victim. Angel was already maligned in the media due to the accusations made by the officer who shot her, even before an investigation began. Number 4, policy should be reviewed concerning the officer's return to duty after shooting a citizen to determine if it allows the person to still be working as an officer before the case has been completely investigated by the Commonwealth Attorney's Office. An officer may not be mentally fit after shooting 3 people to return to duty, even if it is administrative. 5, the tape showing other officers at the scene calmly walking behind Angel when the officer drove up and shot her without provocation was never shown to the public. The police department has not been transparent with the public, nor me, from day one. I don't know if you all have viewed these policies or not, but I am requesting that you do. Thank you for listening to my request. I am submitting this as a humble servant and as a mother of a child who was unmercifully, unjustly, and recklessly shot down by a person paid to protect and serve. Hopefully, a review of police policy will help to promote the general welfare of the city and the safety, health, peace, good order, comfort, maintenance, and morals of its inhabitants according to the Hopewell City Charter. Also, I request that the officer's disregard for human life as exhibited by his non-compliance with city policies as outlined in the Hopewell, Virginia Police Manual be included in his personnel files, and that his name be released in the newspaper, and the tapes, all 5 of them, in order, be released to the public, especially the ones showing the officers walking behind Angel peacefully without any fear or need to restrain or hurt her in any manner. I am a broken-hearted mother seeking justice for her child, who can no longer speak for herself because her voice was eternally silenced by a very careless and unjustified act. I thank you all for your time. I speak life and love to each of you and leave you with this blessing from Numbers 6, 24 through 26. The Lord bless thee and keep thee. The Lord make his face shine upon thee and be gracious unto thee. The Lord lift up his countenance upon thee and give thee peace. Thank you so much for hearing me out today.
Thank you, Mr. Carlo.
Mm-hmm. We haven't done that one yet.
Okay. Moving on to information presentations, the creation of the Finance Committee resolution.
So sorry.
All right, council, this was presented, and it's been in our boxes for a while now. This is open for discussion, and if we'd like to take action this evening, we can possibly do that. Is anyone opposed to the resolution establishing the Hopewell City Council Standing Committee for Finance? Vice Mayor Parton?
I'm not against it. I just wanted to just put a recommendation in with a motion at the very bottom, that we approve the resolution establishing the Hopewell City Council Standing Committee for Finance, and that the Finance Committee shall meet no fewer than 2 times a year and will provide recommendations to City Council on a quarterly basis.
Second.
Can-
Is that the clerk?
That's
Ms.
me.
Pel-
Oh, I'm sorry, I always do that, I'm sorry.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes, I would agree with that, but at least quarterly, you said every 2 months or twice a year?
Yeah.
Instead
no
of twice
few-
a year, can it be quarterly?
Well, it's just no fewer than.
No, okay, no fewer than,
Yeah, so you could
Quarterly.
have meetings every week if you wanted to.
State that in, no fewer than
2.
times every.
that one.
No. It's no fewer than 2 times every year, and provide recommendations and reports back to council on a quarterly basis.
For a minute, I will.
I'd have to say 12 times
Okay, monthly, that's fine.
monthly.
That doesn't make sense.
Hmm.
If you want to do it once a month, then it has to say one time every month, or 12 times every year,
What's it,
one or the other.
well, it says shall meet no fewer than. That's what I was
Once
just
per
saying.
month.
So,
Counselor Gore has her light on.
Counselor Gore?
Yeah. I have some concerns regarding the duties of the Finance Committee. So the last 2 years, Counselor Plum and I were told that we don't have authority to do anything. And that's when we started the process of trying to make sure that there was an official document to establish the Finance Committee. So just to be clear, it says perform oversight and advisory duties on behalf of City Council. The operating budget, capital improvement budget, review the financial reporting, long-term financing, and other items of fiscal policy. So they'll be decision makers on these key things that we have to vote on behalf of us?
I mean, how I'm reading that is, it's like any other committee, you know, they just provide recommendations and we're the ones that end up making the decisions. Cause we vote on a capital budget.
Yeah, so this needs to be very clear that they can make recommendations, but don't direct staff to do anything.
Okay.
Because this can be construed differently.
Okay,
I think if you take out,
I
to
think-
perform advisory duties.
just say advisory duties.
I'm sorry, there's a lot of feedback on
Yeah,
here.
it is.
I'm hearing a repeating of Counselor Gore's.
So my first thing is, it should, advisory duties on behalf of council.
Okay,
But it'd be clear, written in there, that they do not direct the oversight.
okay,
That's my addition.
okay.
So there's no confusion.
Can you restate that?
So do you want, right after city council, just put in parentheses, cannot direct city staff without consensus of city council?
Sure, that's fine with
Okay.
me. And then underneath here, inform city council on matters related to the fiscal and financial health. There should be a requirement for information to be relayed that's pertinent. Just like we did it in the finance person's, contractor, that within a certain amount of time, if something is brought to their attention that we should know, that they
Okay.
are obligated to let us know.
And what would those be? So,
I would say, I don't know how to word it, but I think you guys get the gist of where I'm going. So,
we have to be, yeah, in order
credit-
for us to
yeah.
do this, we gotta be clear.
clear, right, but I'm
So we
saying,
can actually,
no, I understand what I'm trying to
Okay.
say is you understand where I'm going with this, so everybody collectively can think of the verbiage. So, whatever you guys suggest.
You wanna
I mean,
say-
it's critical matters or time-sensitive matters should be relayed to us within 48 hours of them being told about it.
Okay, so
48 hours.
we'll do number 7, to relay critical financial matters in writing to council.
Within 48 hours of receipt of the information.
Within 48 hours.
And for clarity, on number 6, whatever you guys decide on how often this group meets, I think I heard monthly, then I heard quarterly. I don't, whatever everybody agrees with. Number 6 should be to have that report provided to us too, on that same frequency.
What-
So if they meet monthly, number 6 should be, as it says, inform city council on matters related to the city's fiscal and financial health
monthly.
monthly. In
Well-
writing on monthly.
Okay.
That's just my suggestions, if everyone's cool with that.
I'm fine with those.
Madam Clerk, will you please, the recommendations that have been placed on this evening, will you please update the resolution, this draft resolution, and place it on the consent agenda for the next meeting? That way everyone can review it and, ensure that it's correct prior to.
Yes,
Can
ma'am.
you, can you
I
ask
will-
her to read it out too?
to read the motion out?
No, next time. She wants you to
Oh,
write.
read it out next time.
No, what I'm saying is, can you read the amendments so we make sure you have
You
them
wrote 'em down.
correct?
Okay,
She's the clerk.
so for number 6, you just want me to add monthly at the end of that. And then number 7 was going to be relay critical financial matters to council within 48 hours.
Can you read number 7 again?
Relay critical financial matters
Mm-hmm.
to council within 48 hours.
And both number 6 and number 7, I think the suggestion was to put in writing. So number 6, monthly report in writing,
In writing,
and then the
okay.
relay critical matters in writing.
Okay,
And then the other part was you missed the parentheses behind the colon after city council. Do you know what I'm talking about?
What number?
So it says the
Further resolved.
further resolved, the finance committee shall be authorized / charged to perform oversight and advisory duties on behalf of city council, parentheses.
Committee cannot direct staff without consensus of council.
committee cannot direct staff without consensus of council.
Yes. Thank you.
I'll make those changes and have it ready for the next city council meeting.
Okay.
Thank you. Counselor Denton, you are on the line and you don't have access to a light. Do you have any comments?
No, not any right now, thank you.
Okay.
Moving on to UB1. Counselor Gore.
Yes, we've talked about this for some time. This is the draft fraud, waste, and abuse policy that was presented a while ago, and we've talked about it. Ms. Robinson made some changes, and I think the last time we discussed it, it was recommended for her to consolidate different areas that we thought were efficient in order to make one policy. I'm here today to get action on this, but then also to fill in the blanks like we did for the prior item. So if you look at on page 3 of 6, we never clarified who would be responsible to receive the complaints for fraud, alleged fraud, waste, and abuse. My recommendation was that she go to the city attorney as a neutral partner to have that information for inspection. So let's just go section G. The first section is, in addition to any other reporting option provided therein, the blank shall be authorized to receive and investigate all reports made pursuant to this policy. What is the will of council in regards to who that POC shall be?
I had notes that said city manager and city attorney, but if we just want to make it the city attorney, that's fine with me. I'm impartial.
Does anyone object to being the city attorney? That'd be easier.
I object to it just being the city attorney, because that person does not do normal, operational stuff. So I think if it goes to the city attorney and they bring in the city manager and the two of them work together, it may help the city attorney a little bit, but at least having one person, I'm never in favor of. Duality of this presents itself as keeping us from having someone overlook or not do something because of whatever reason. So I
Counselor Pelham?
always want more than one person.
Just, yes, okay. Just to
In this
clarify,
case-
it's the person who's gonna receive it and investigate it. So if the manager needs to be involved in the investigation, then the attorney will go to whoever.
Yeah,
But
well,
just
that's
the
what I was gonna say,
clarifications.
is that it should be the city attorney because the city manager oversees the financial office. And say, for instance, all the offices in the city, when the city attorney is like not involved with the departments as directly as the city manager. She has to confer with him, or he has to confer with the city manager, yes, but I think it should go just in the arms of whoever the city attorney would be. That's the reason you would want to do that, because all the departments work for the city manager, and that's a two-way conversation between him and his directors. So it'd be hard for him to accept the report to me. I just think the city attorney should do it.
We have one objection so far. Is there another objection to it being the city attorney?
Vice Mayor Parton?
I was just gonna recommend that, I think, Counselor Randolph made a good point in the sense that if, there might be an issue where someone, needs to report, the city attorney, just for example, who do you go to at that point?
You go to, well, we can say it so then that person will go to the city manager.
Well, that's why I was just gonna, recommend, maybe we say city attorney is the primary, and then the city manager is secondary.
And if
With that.
But what classifies that? Because here's my thing. I had something to report today. He or she wasn't in. I just went to the other person, but tomorrow they're there. I mean, unless it's the building's burning. When do you classify when you go to your secondary person? I'm fine with that, but it needs to be clear.
Maybe what we do is we start out with this, using the city attorney as the primary, and then the city manager as secondary, and then we can come back and make an amendment to this policy and maybe further clarify, what constitutes a primary and what constitutes a secondary.
I think we should
The
clarify it now
involvement.
because if we're making a policy.
Just basically say if one or the other are involved, then it will go to
Okay.
the next person. Just make the policy as a whole now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I was just, just for the sake of time.
If those offices are involved, then it will revert to the one that's not in,
Directly involved.
right.
Okay, that's
So
fine
primary
with me.
be a city attorney, and if that office is compromised or involved, then it goes
That's
to
the
city
word,
manager.
yes,
Yeah, that's fine. That works for me.
Okay.
yes.
Counselor Denton, you don't have access to a light. Is there anything that you would like to say?
I was just leaning more towards what, Vice Mayor Parton said. I do think, to make the city attorney the primary, the city manager secondary, so that, you have a couple people to talk about, and I think that would work better than just one person. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
You want me to keep going?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any objections to that last compromise?
No, I think that's fine.
Okay, any other?
I still have an
Okay,
objection to
we
it.
have one objection to that, so that's not a majority, right? So I'm gonna move on. Just make sure there's no other objections, so I'm documenting, okay?
What letter are you on?
I'm on the next one. Should be the same. I'm on G still, the next blank. A report of fraud, waste, and abuse may be made in person or through the fraud hotline, online reporting, or by email directly to, and it should mimic the same thing, the attorney, and the same verbiage. Would everyone agree?
Yes.
Any objections?
I have a question.
Me.
Okay.
I know you're on G, but back in E, is there a fraud line and
We have to get that
all that
established.
stuff we have to be, okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Parton?
Yes.
I think for this one, I thought we had come up with 5 people that an employee could go to, being one, the employee supervisor, the department director, the HR director, the city manager, or the city attorney could be a person to actually receive it. Because I think that was the issue that we ran into, previously, that, this individual didn't feel comfortable going to these individuals, so they went, to an outside person that normally wouldn't, take one of these.
We did talk about that, but not to open up, another personnel matter. If you remember, all of those other people failed too in that chain of command. And it didn't get resolved until it got to the city attorney.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is that if someone, because someone might not feel comfortable going to the city attorney, and
And
that it gives, a backup, list
Oh.
of people that can accept it.
So if they don't feel comfortable, or the city attorney's office is considered compromised, they go to the manager. So if they don't feel comfortable going to the manager, then you want to say go to the director and go down.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's fine. I mean, either way that you want to do it, whether you want to go, up the chain of command, down the chain of command. I mean, I just think it's good that we have multiple people that someone can take a complaint if they don't feel comfortable. That just, from, what we witnessed, with previous incident.
Okay, well, can we hold that to go through the rest of these to see if it comes back up again and just make sure we go back to that point?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So the first block and the second block are the same. We'll go back to that. An employee may take a report to the immediate supervisor or department head. If the employee believes that his or her supervisor is involved, the employee may make his or her report to city manager or directly to the city attorney.
Mm-hmm.
Does that answer your concern?
Yeah, that's what I had right here.
Okay. Is everyone okay with that last line being city attorney?
Mm-hmm.
Is there any objections? Okay. Next line. The city employee or official who receives a report of fraud, waste, or abuse shall deliver the same in writing to the blank, who shall conduct an investigation as provided therein. If it's still mimicking what we said earlier, it would be the attorney and the manager, right?
Yep.
Okay. Does anyone object? I know, Ms. Randolph, that's the same thing. All right. Next one. The city employee or official who receives a fraud, waste, or abuse but fails to pass on the report to the attorney/manager shall be subject to disciplinary action up to and including termination. Anyone have any objections?
No.
No objections. So before I go to page 5, which is the last page that needs clarification outside of any other discussion, Counselor Parton, are you fine with leaving those other blanks the way we had it originally, since that section is there?
Yeah, you're talking about the previous ones where you had the city manager, or
Yeah.
excuse me, the city attorney's primary, and then manager as secondary. Yeah, those are fine.
Okay. So I'm going over to page 5. I believe that's the next blank. If you go to section J, procedures, all reports will be reviewed and investigated by, and it should be that same verbiage.
Counselor Randolph, I think. you
I'm
had a
sorry.
question.
Okay.
Where this is not very clear, if the, how to make a report lists fraud hotline, online email, fax, or in person. And anybody from the outside can make it. Before we subject someone to termination in that last sentence under G, we need to make sure that we are clear on how that is to be passed on and what needs to be taken in the report. So we need to delve into that a little bit more before we put this to writing and terminate somebody.
It says it in H.
I know, I looked at H, but the thing is, it doesn't completely say how and what. Like, if somebody calls in, what are you collecting from them? Their name, their contact, what if they won't give their name? That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about, because termination is, I'm okay with that if that's the penalty, but we've got to be clear before we terminate somebody what the expectation is for how this goes forward. And I don't find H to be clear enough for that. So we need to make sure that somewhere in this process we do that as well.
I actually agree with you. The only thing I will say for the sake of this policy for right now, it says anyone who fails to pass on information. So that means that it must have come up in another method and it was investigated, and in the investigation, it probably was identified that person. I'm sorry, what?
It's employee official who obstructs or fails to cooperate with an investigation shall be subject. It's not someone who's giving their information.
Well,
That's totally
No,
different from
under
what you're
G,
saying.
it's
It's-
the
it's
employees or
G.
official who receives a report of fraud, waste, or
And
abuse.
What are
and
you
fails
guys
to pass
G
on.
where?
right here.
That's
That
the
fails to
piece
pass
that I'm
it on.
talking
Okay.
about.
So
Because-
what I'm saying is, I agree with you, but I feel like the way this is written, in order for it to be known that someone failed to pass credible information, it would have to come out through an investigation, which means then you would know to what extent they were aware of something in order for termination to occur. It's a difference in saying I heard a rumor versus I told Jim Joe
No,
X, Y, and
and
Z.
I don't disagree, but what we've got to do is if we're gonna terminate an employee based on this action, we have to give them what the expectation is of what they, and how they pass it on. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
And-
so if I understand you clearly, you want to make sure that employees understand how they're supposed to relay information, what information they're
If it-
relaying,
Yeah,
right?
like, for instance, comes over on the phone. Okay, what is the information that they're supposed to take on the phone to pass on to whomever to investigate? We haven't said that, okay?
Most of the time.
Well, it's, okay, I'll let you finish.
What do we do if somebody won't give their name? Is that considered a legitimate complaint? Because people then can complain anonymously. We haven't talked about that. So these little things, we've got to be careful saying we'll terminate somebody unless we're clearly defining, you know, what the expectation is if they get terminated and why.
Okay, so I think that when the policy is finished, everyone should get obviously an email in the process, but let's just do a round robin, so not to prolong this. For me, I would say that I believe, to me, it's clear enough that if you obstruct an investigation or you fail to hand over information that's deemed to be credible and it's found out in the course of the investigation, that, to me, it's clear. It's for me. But let's just do a round robin and say if other people feel the same way. Counselor Pelham,
Yes,
do you agree or disagree?
agree.
Agree?
I agree with it.
Parton?
I can go either way, whatever the majority of council wants.
Holloway?
Agree.
Denton?
Counselor Denton? Counsel, oh, she said,
I'm just a little confused as to, are we still talking about John's motion, the vice mayor's motion?
No, ma'am, we're talking about the fraud, waste, and abuse policy.
Yeah, but I know that, but I mean, you made a motion, I thought.
No.
no, ma'am.
No, not on this item, we didn't. The other item, we all decided to make the changes to it and then put it into the consent agenda for next meeting.
Ask her if these sentences are fine with her, these last two.
Are you okay with the last two sentences in section G?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, a majority are fine with that, but let's annotate if and when this passes, that employees are provided a notice of the method in which they're supposed to report and the sample of what they are supposed to report.
When do you want the notice to be
If
sent
and
out?
whenever this, if and when it's passed, when it's distributed,
So are we gonna take anonymous complaints?
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, that's what
And
section
then,
E
yeah, and the
says.
attorney
Okay,
can
I just wanted to
deem it
verify.
necessary if it's something to look into. They'll hold the discernment and discretion.
So if everyone is fine with those last two questions, Counselor Renner, if you don't have any other questions right now, right? Okay. I'm gonna go back to page 5, again, on section J. All reports will be reviewed and investigated by blank if warranted. The allegations may be jointly investigated with another agency or referred to the Commonwealth's attorney. If we're keeping with what we said in the other lines, then that same verbiage would go there, attorney/manager. Is everyone in agreement with that?
Yes.
That's fine with me.
That's the only sections in this draft that needed to be filled in. I'll pass it back over to the chair. Well, before I do it, is there any other questions or concerns about the policy outside what was said in general?
Let's see any lights.
Okay, if that's the case, then I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the fraud, waste, and abuse policy with the amendments that we went through tonight. And for IT to begin establishing the methods to make a report, which includes the hotline, the email, and for HR, when that's done, for HR to disseminate to employees with the method in which they are able to report in the sample of what they can share.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Gore, seconded by Vice Mayor Parton. Any lights for discussion? Counselor Denton?
No.
Counselor Randolph?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't disagree with a fraud, waste, and abuse policy, but I don't think that I can vote for this exactly right now. Most of it I'm okay with, but I think there's some critical issues, so at this point, I'll still have to vote no, just because I would like to see council do more detailed work on this before we pass it, but that's all I've got to say.
Thank you. Roll call.
Counselor Denton,
No.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
No.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, motion passes 5-2.
Thank you, guys.
Moving on, UB2. Counselor Randolph.
It's not mine.
That's actually
Tavia's.
Tavia.
Oh, Tavia, excuse me.
Ms. Griffin.
I'm part of the committee and I can talk about it, but it's Tavia's.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Parton, and all members of City Council. I'm here tonight to request the revision and review of the membership criteria of the Hopewell Historic Preservation Committee. This committee is an ad hoc committee of City Council created in 2004. The criteria for membership was based on the project that was underway at the time of the committee's inception. And now that it's been reinstated for the Shallow Lodge Rehabilitation Project, the membership criteria should be reevaluated to reflect the needs of the work at hand. And in your packet, you have the 2003 membership criteria, and you also have a timeline of past appointments, and you also have information on the committee as it stands and suggestions on how it's changed. Just to let you know, the Historic Preservation Committee has met, they have reviewed this criteria, and they voted to affirm the request that's coming before you tonight. So currently, the membership is made up of 3 city council members, who are supposed to be made up of 3 city council members, 1 National Park Service superintendent, 1 Department of Development representative, which is a non-voting member, 1 College of William and Mary student, 1 Director of Development and staff, 1 Historic Hopewell Foundation representative, 2 at-large citizens, 1 Department of Tourism, that's a non-voting member, 1 Department of Recreation and Parks, that's a non-voting member, and then 1 person from the Architectural Review Board. What the committee is proposing is that there only be 2 city council members on this board. Right now, you have 2. You have Councilor Randolph and you have Councilor Denton. Next is the National Park Service Superintendent. We spoke to the superintendent. They have gone back to their higher-ups, and the NPS is no longer allowed to serve as a voting member on this committee. They can act as advisory. And the advisory person to this committee is Emmanuel Dabney. 1 Department of Development representative, and that is the director, myself, and my request is that this be a voting member and not just an advisory member. 1 College of William and Mary student. We are suggesting that you actually have 2 at-large members. Instead of having a College of William and Mary student, you take away that criteria that is very specific. We have not been able to find that person. And also for the 3 city council members, take away 3, just have it to be 2, and then you have 2 at-large members in the city, which we could get a VSU student, we could get any other student from surrounding universities that we think would be beneficial to the project. One, Historic Hopewell Foundation, we are suggesting there'll be no change to that. Right now, Daniel Jones serves as that member. Two at large, which I just mentioned. One, Department of Tourism. As you know, we no longer have a Department of Tourism. That person is a chamber representative, and that is Becky Madonna, who serves. And so we're asking that that be changed from Department of Tourism to to the Chamber of Commerce. One, Department of Recreation and Parks. Mr. Aaron Reed Miller does serve. Like I said before, this is a non-voting member, and we're suggesting that that membership should be a voting member. One, Architectural Review Board member, that is Rita Joyner. And Rita Joyner serves for the ARB, and she is the chair. So in total, you would have 11 members of this committee. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And as Councilor Randolph said, she does serve on the committee as well as Councilor Denton, and I'm sure they can answer any questions you have.
Okay, I have two lights on for questions. Vice Mayor Parton, Councilor Gore.
Well, mine's not a question, mine's a motion. Unless, Councilor Gore, you have a question.
I do. Thank you. Just for clarity, for the William & Mary student, you said you haven't had one yet, right?
No, that was for the previous project.
So I know why it was on there. I get from when, this was first started, but I don't see the relevance anymore, especially we don't have a relationship. I think it should automatically just go ahead and be a student from VSU or a historically black university, since we're talking about this being for Shiloh Lodge. And if I remember correctly, when council bought that building, it was supposed to be an African-American museum, correct? That's what we purchased it for.
Not from my understanding, but I will say this, that the committee also believes that it should be
You can
for,
hold on right there.
okay,
Mr. Ottman, when we purchased this building, council purchased it to be an African-American museum, specifically, is what we did.
That was one of the things that we talked about, yes, for it to,
was the other
because
one?
of its significance to the African-American community, to purchase it, to highlight that history, yes.
When we purchased this building, we were specifically told it was to be an African-American museum. And that's why we supported purchasing the building. Did you remember that, Councilor Pelham?
So,
Do you remember that?
yeah,
I do.
So we talked about the historical significance to the African-American community of Shiloh Lodge and the need to buy it, to preserve that history and tell that story.
So we purchased it to be an African-American museum. If there's objections to that, because if that's the case, then I'm gonna say, let's talk about the vote again. Because that's why I voted to approve it, because that's how it was presented from the beginning. And I don't want to put words in Councilor Randolph's mouth, but I distinctly remember her talking. Look, okay, so you agree too? Okay, I mean that was the purpose. So we're on record. So my thing is, if it's supposed to be for African American Museum, if you want to have that university input, then I think it should go to VSU or Union, some type of HBCU in this area that can provide that historical information.
the committee totally agrees with that, and that has been the suggestion, but we couldn't do that because it had William & Mary.
Right, so what I'm saying is, that's gonna be in order for me to vote to support something like this, it will have to be HBCU instead of William & Mary on here. That's what my recommendation is gonna be tonight.
I think the committee was suggesting, instead of having to change it each time a different project comes up, is to have it as two at large, and that can be filled with what's needed at the time, and the committee agreed that it should be students from a historically black university.
Yeah, I respect that, but this is the standing committee of council, so I think it should be clarified. If this is based off of projects, for me to vote for this, it needs to be HBCU in writing and not William & Mary. And I think it should be, if you were saying, it could be one, I don't care, it just needs to be, to me, instead of William & Mary at HBCU. My other concern that I have, no disrespect to the chamber, but I have concerns about the tourism part. I don't support that, because we've had conversations about switching tourism for the last 2 years. That's supposed to be on agendas that we haven't really talked about in depth. But I would like to see the tourism part first before we put them on here as a tourism representative. So I don't support that.
I don't think we're putting them on there as tourism, because we don't have tourism.
Right.
We switched tourism
To
to
the
be just
cha-
chamber, for
And I-
lack of anything tourism that we even have.
Right, exactly.
So that was the problem.
So then, if that's the case, then what is the relevance of them being on here as the chamber?
From my understanding, they have a tourism arm. Is that incorrect?
On paper.
Okay. Well, that's the reason why they're on here.
So my recommendation would be, I'm just saying how I feel,
Yeah.
to take that off.
It's on your screen.
Because I don't see the relevance of it on here. If we're trying to get that historic part, I would recommend that we, and I know this is particular to someone specific. I'm gonna be on the record saying I'm not trying to like do her, but Ms. Grandstaff has been the unofficial historian for the city. And we have a library board that we appoint. She should be that person for the tourism / history part for the city, because she has all that knowledge. So I would
Grandstaff.
recommend
You mean Langford?
Langford. I said Grandstaff. I don't know why her head. You know, what
Miss-
I'm trying to
Miss
say. Miss
Langford-
Langford.
Miss
But I would say
Langford-
that position. So
She
as long
quit.
as she's in the
She was on this board and she resigned because she said she did not have time.
she didn't have time.
That's
That's
correct.
correct.
We have tried to do everything possible to bring it.
Okay. Well then I still don't
Back
say
to
no to the
librarian.
chamber. But that's just my feedback. But my last other thing, in order for me, this is my last thing with my time. Do you remember Miss Rebecca Rose? Remember years ago, she tried to do the exact same thing in the city and asked for a building, and there wasn't support to give it to her. She has all of that knowledge regarding Black history in Hopewell. I would just put out an ask to reach out to her. And my last plug would be maybe the MLK Commission can be put on here as a representative for Hopewell. But I'm just throwing this out there. But my only hard thing would be take off the chamber and add HBCU.
I do have a question, Director Griffin.
Yes.
You said that the committee discussed having a member from Virginia State.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what was the reason for them, for a member for Virginia State?
Because of the Shiloh Lodge's history and African American history.
So you knew
link.
that it was gonna be an African American history.
No, again, it was because of the link of Shiloh Lodge and that they were African Americans. And we thought there should be a link to VSU. We thought it was more relevant than William and Mary.
Okay, thank you.
So that would mean, excuse me,
You're,
that would
Council
mean it'd be,
Paul?
you recommending 3 at-large members, right?
2.
Well, this says 2 at-large members, no change. And if you make the change up top, to change William and Mary to an at-large, that would increase it to 3, correct?
It includes the 2 at large, no change includes if you take away the 1 city council member, and if you take away the superintendent, you still have just 2 at large. You go from a committee of 13 to 11.
Okay. Okay.
We're having technical issues, we can't, change the.
Oh, I had this, but I thought it was up there,
Yeah,
so I didn't.
I
We
can't
can't-
flip it.
Oh,
Can you put it up?
We're at the end of our discussion. Turn your head sideways.
That's right. Lay down. you can't get it out. Rashad was able to fix it.
It's on my screen, Mr. Biggs.
It's not coming on the TVs.
That's okay.
There you go.
Okay.
So the proposed committee is, oh, can you go to the next page, Ms. Molly? So 2 city council members, the 2 at-large members. Example, Virginia State University student, past member of Shiloh Lodge, architect or other professional. 2 at-large, 1 architectural review board committee, 1 Department of Tourism, Chamber of Commerce representative as a voting member, 1 Recreation and Parks representative as a voting member, 1 Department of Development as a voting member, 1 Historic Hopewell Foundation, and a senior planner as staff. And right now, the Department of Development director is staff.
Counselor Gore and then Vice Mayor Parton.
I'm sorry, and I do have another question. Okay, so like if you, 2 council members, cool, 2 at-large members, fine. With expertise in the relevant project. But it could be an architect and an architect. It could be whatever. Then you have 2 at-large citizens. 1 architect review board, where my recommendation is to scrap the tourism, Parks and Rec, and, okay. So Historic Hopewell Foundation, wouldn't it be wise to just go ahead and make the past member of the Shiloh Lodge replace the Historic Hopewell Foundation? Because again, this is project specific. I'm not sure what the Historic Hopewell Foundation would have to do with the Shiloh Lodge versus the Shiloh Lodge person. I mean, a member from Historic Hopewell Foundation can be one of the ones with expertise, but wouldn't it make sense to have a specific spot for the Shiloh Lodge member versus the Hopewell Foundation? Do you see what I'm saying?
Okay.
I think you might just be getting really specific.
But that it is specific.
Well, I'm just saying you might just have a hard time recruiting somebody for that.
We
We'll
already
see.
have. We've
Yeah,
asked-
I mean,
I probably asked, and Tavia can confirm this. We started out asking for Avon, who was a Shiloh Lodge member. He wasn't interested. We've asked several of the lodge members to be on the board. They're not interested. So we would very much like to have somebody that was in the lodge to be a member, but we didn't, again, want to be that specific, but tried already to get that. So
I think
this-
we've asked at least 3 members of the lodge
Yeah.
at this point.
that whole,
Yeah.
it's the Masonic Lodge, correct?
Correct.
Isn't there another branch in the area that we
They
can?
moved the Masons moved. I'm just saying this because the Shiloh Lodge is part of my family, my in-laws, and it's been a historic monument, and my husband's grandfather, great uncles, they were members of that lodge, and I do feel like it does have historic items that should be presented by those members, or at least reach out and ask them. There's more than just 3 members that were there in that Shiloh Lodge. And, I would really appreciate that, the entire, as much information as we can get for the lodge would be amazing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
So I make a motion that we approve a proposed membership criteria of 11 members, which include 2 city councilors, 2 large members with expertise and irrelevant to the project, 2 at-large citizens of Hopewell, 1 architecture review board member, 1 member of Virginia State University, 1 member of a HBCU, 1 Parks and Recreation, 1 Development, and a member of the Shiloh Lodge or equivalent organization, and the staff member be the senior planner. And with that recommendation, the voting members as listed be the same, with the exception of the Shiloh Lodge. That person should be a voting member.
So can I read back what I believe you said? 2 city council members, 2 at-large members with expertise relevant to project, 2 at-large citizens of Hopewell, 1 ARB member, 1 member of an HBCU, removing the tourism/chamber, 1 rec and park with no voting, as a non-voting member, 1 Department of Development as a non-voting member, 1 member of Shiloh Lodge or equivalent organization, removing Historic Hopewell Foundation, and the senior planner as staff.
And when you said non-vote, you said voting members, but keep it the same, but the Shiloh Lodge person be added as a voting member, right? So whatever you have recommended for voting, keep it, just
Okay.
add the Shiloh Lodge person as a voting person too.
Okay, okay. Okay,
That good? That's my motion.
Counselor Randolph?
If we're gonna take off Historic Hopewell Foundation member, I suggest that we also take off the ARB. They have nothing to do with the commercial the tourism either. And, they take care of the, review in Historic Hopewell of the housing and what they can and cannot do, but they really will play no role on what we're gonna do on the Shiloh Lodge for the same reason that Historic Hopewell won't. That way we could fit into that, another, expert or, someone from historic, background that could possibly do some of the site, archaeology for us. We're certainly in need of that, in a capacity where we may not have to pay for it. That would help us better than ARB or Historic Hopewell.
Was that directed towards me? Because you were looking at me.
I'm sorry, what?
Was that directed towards me?
No, that was just directed towards council as a comment or a potential.
And then I have a point of information.
Yes, my point of information, what part, does the ARB play? Is this a structural, I mean, it's a structural, we do have some structural issues, and they can offer recommendations. I mean, they are the Architectural Review Board.
it is located in,
Historic.
the City Point Historic District.
Right.
And so the ARB would have jurisdiction over any, changes to the exterior of the building. And I think that was the linkage of why they were on the board.
I would like them to remain.
I didn't think that they handled non-homes. I mean, I know that this is.
No, they handle any,
Okay, then that's fine.
Counselor Pelham?
Why can't you see why we can't keep the ARB and the Historic Hopewell Foundation? It is a historic building.
But it's not there. They said because the project is specific to the group. Historic Hopewell Foundation is like Western Maryland and other places. My recommendation was just to have the Shiloh Lodge members
Well, I
be
mean,
the expertise.
it will be just like Western Manor eventually, right? A tourism building
Yeah,
where they would,
Yeah.
we have
It
staff
would-
for that.
they have what?
We have
I have a
the
point of
staff for
information.
that. Just weird.
I have just one point of information. With the historic, I've seen what the Historic Preservation Committee has done, right? And you said it was the ARB, and what was the other one?
Historic Hopewell Foundation. I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah. They would provide some input, I would think.
We can get as much information. We have individuals or committees that have reached out, and with Weston Manor, gosh, amazing. We need as many people at the table for recommendations, no matter who they are, but we do also need, that direct link to the historic. So That's just all I'm saying. Counselor Denton, do you have anything?
Well, I've been listening to all of this, and I will tell you that the young lady who was helping me with the historic marker, that we worked on for about 2 years, she has already begun to look into the history of the Shiloh Lodge, and is very interested in looking into it further, as a historical, marker, for the city. So we are, as soon as I get back home, she and I are meeting and seeing what our next steps with the Archaeological Conservancy, with the Historic Resource Department of the State of Virginia. She has the connections, and we're trying to move forward, but it's too early for me tonight to tell you, exactly what steps, but as soon as I meet with her, she is an important historian, and we do want to bring recognition to that lodge. So I can just tell you that it is very much in the future.
That is not something that the board has talked about, what Janice just said, her working with that lady. The board has not made that decision or voted on it at all.
Vice Mayor Parton?
To help maybe as a compromise on the Shiloh Lodge past member, could we just make it say Shiloh Lodge past member or Historic Hopewell Foundation member? That way you open up that opportunity for that slot more in case nobody that's a past member of the Shiloh Lodge wants to serve on there.
I have a point of information. The two at-large members with expertise relevant, couldn't someone from Historical Foundation qualify for that spot? If it was
Yes.
pressing,
Yes.
they got an avenue right there carved out for 2 spots. And just for clarification for the clerk, with my motion, I think I said Shiloh Lodge or relevant organization, meaning they're Masonic. So if
Okay.
there's another Masonic organization, then they can.
All right, with that, I'll call for the vote.
Well, can I just say one thing? I just
Yes.
want to, I know as a board member,
Repeat
the,
that motion, Johnny.
the only reason that we
Hold on
would
one
look,
second, Debbie's making a
the only
comment.
reason we were looking at Historic Hopewell was not to use them to do anything, at least not in my mind, but to have that communication simply with what they do versus what else is going on in the city. We don't do that well as a city. And so if we can put it into one of the 2 at-larges, I'm fine with that. But I think that it's just a simple need to have them understand what is happening at Shiloh, but not for them to take it over. That's not the intent, right?
That's not.
No, it
In
never
fact,
has been.
Mr. Jones contacted us this week, and he's found some documents about the Shiloh Lodge at Weston Manor, and is going to be sharing that with the committee at our next meeting.
Right.
So I think I can understand them not, being an at-large as one of the members
Right.
with expertise.
Right?
I think that's fine.
Yeah, me too. But it's just that communication factor.
Call for the vote.
Second.
Motion to call for the vote. Roll call?
Counselor Denton,
Tell her it's
Yeah.
call for the vote.
Yes.
Counselor Pelham. Oh, she stepped away. Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to UB4.
No.
Number 3.
Oh, excuse me, UB3.
That was a call for
you
the
gotta-
vote.
you gotta vote.
You have to vote
We
now.
gotta do the vote.
No,
Was there a second?
Madam Clerk,
I'm sorry.
we called for the vote,
Okay.
and now we're going to vote on the motion.
And What is the motion itself?
Ms. Griffin, you want to read it out loud?
The motion is to approve the Historic Preservation Committee with the following members: 2 city council members, 2 at-large members with expertise relevant to the project, 2 at-large citizens of Hopewell, 1 architectural review board member, 1 member of a HBCU, 1 recreation and parks voting member, 1 Department of Development voting member, 1 member of the Shiloh Lodge or equivalent Masonic organization, and the senior planner acting as staff.
The organization voting member.
Yes, voting member.
Council, is, everybody understands the motion? Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
No.
Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Counselor Gore?
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, motion passes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Director Griffin?
Yes, Madam Mayor and Vice Mayor Parton. In accordance with the Hopewell City Code, Section 2.4, if a director currently resides outside of the city and chooses to relocate, it must be within the city of Hopewell. The ordinance provides the opportunity for a waiver of this requirement if approved by City Council. So tonight, I am here to request a waiver of Section 2.4 of the Hopewell City Code. As a letter that I wrote to Mr. Altman on August 19th, my husband and I looked at the housing market in May, and our realtor came out around August, and based on the estimate that she gave, we decided that we wanted to sell our house. We put our house on the market. Our house sold in 4 days. We have not yet moved. However, I am requesting to move. Right now, I live 19 miles away from the city. We are not going to buy because it is a seller's market and not a buyer's market at that time. We will be renting an apartment, and the apartment is 13 miles away from the city. And so therefore, I'm requiring a waiver of the residency requirement. We will be in this apartment. The lease is for 11 months. At that time, we will reassess the market and determine what we want to do, just being transparent. And so I believe in being transparent and having integrity. And so therefore, I'm before you to request a waiver as the code requires. So thank you. I'm here to answer any questions you may have of me.
Thank you, Director Griffin. I really appreciate your transparency. Is there any questions, or if, Counselor Pelham?
Yes. I would recommend, because the situation doesn't just involve her, because there are other people I understand that moved that we don't know about officially, that we work out some type of work session so that we can discuss the policy as a whole and not look at it for all the directors' situation. So we'll look at the policy and then make a decision, and hopefully that will fit for what this young lady's requesting, but I'm not ready basically to decide on an individual request. I'd like to look at the policy as a whole.
So you're okay?
Is that a
I do
motion?
have,
Yeah,
is there a motion?
I make a motion that we set up or establish a work session day to discuss the policy as it involves the directors and our employees.
Repeat that,
residency.
Janice can't
Can you
hear.
talk into the mic so Janice can hear you?
Oh, I make a motion that we set a work session to discuss the policy on residency for the employees as well as our appointees.
I'll second it.
So motion's been made by Counselor Pelham, seconded by Vice Mayor Parton. I do have a question, or discussion item. Are we not, taking this into consideration for this, waiver? It's not for council to decide. You're just being transparent.
It is, it's our policy.
According to the code, council has to make the, if I bring it before, someone brings it forward, council has the responsibility of making the decision. The waiver has to be approved or denied by council, according to the code.
Are we going to address this tonight?
I want to address the whole code as a code, not just as an individual request. I would like probably basically change the code.
Any more lights for discussion? Roll call.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, motion passes.
Is there a motion to set the work session for this date to discuss the,
Whatever the next available date.
is there a motion to set the work session for this item? No?
I make a motion that we set the, what was our next meeting? The next one we
October
have,
16th.
October 12th.
yeah, but that's probably gonna be filled with the auditors, so,
No, that's a
The
special
7th?
meeting.
which we need
The
to do
auditors will be a
tonight.
special meeting.
We need to do the special meeting tonight, right? For the 7th, is that already been called?
It has not been confirmed, I don't believe, has it?
The
Um,
special meeting for the 7th for the auditors, has that been called? Because I was.
We haven't called it yet. So that's up to council.
All right, so after this motion, I'll put another motion on the floor, do a special meeting for the auditors at some point in time. So so it's the 12th. That's fine for a work session. Isn't that one of the meetings where we have, do you have any work sessions planned for them or anybody else at that meeting?
Typically, we have work sessions on the second meeting, but we
Okay.
can put it on the first if you like.
Don't recall if we had set anything at the last meeting. We didn't set anything tonight, but I don't think, you don't have anything, so.
Let's just do it on the 12th because, based off the conversation in closed session, you might need to talk about other positions as well. So that would be timely for the advertisement for the city attorney. So if council's okay with it, I make a motion to request to call a special meeting, a work session on October 12th at 6:30 p.m.?
6:30.
6:30 p.m. October 12th, to discuss the residency requirement for the directors
Is that our regular
and
council
council
meeting?
appointees. Huh?
Okay. That's before our regular council meeting.
Yes.
I'll second it.
Motion been made by Counselor Gore, seconded by Vice Mayor Parton. Counselor Denton, do you have anything to say?
No, I'd like to hear that motion again.
Please restate the motion.
Motion to call a work station on October the 12th at 6:30 p.m. for the residency requirements for directors and council employees, appointees, excuse me.
It's okay.
What is the date, Mayor?
October 12th.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, okay.
Counselor Denton, your vote?
Yeah.
We're voting. Roll call, please.
I'm sorry, I thought we started that. Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, motion passes.
Did you state that you were gonna call a motion for the auditors?
Sure. I'd like to make a motion to call a special meeting on October 7th for city council to meet with the auditors. And then that is Robertson, Farmer, and Cox to be exact. And for the city manager, in coordination with the city clerk, to coordinate that outreach and immediately.
Please give a time.
6:30.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Gore, seconded by Counselor Pelham. Counselor Denton, do you have any questions or for discussion?
No,
Okay, thank you. Roll call.
Counselor Denton,
yeah,
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Motion passes.
7.
Moving on to item UB4.
So, Madam Mayor, members of council, this is a follow-up to an action that was taken by council, I guess, the first year that I was here. Ms. Shornack was the mayor at the time, to enter into the opioid abatement lawsuit that was going on. This was an item that was discussed quite a bit by the opioid task force, recommendation brought forward. This evening we have Mr. Lee Buchkowski here with us, who is with Marks and Harrison, who is the local representative for the national firm handling the opioid lawsuit case, to discuss with you the opioid abatement fund memorandum of understanding, which, if I understand, was negotiated with the Attorney General, Virginia through attorney. So with that, I'll just turn it over to Mr. Buchkowski and let him discuss the request with you.
Thank you, Mr. Altman. Good evening, council. My name is Lee Buchkowski. I'm an attorney with Marks and Harrison. We are partnered with the law firm of Whites and Luxembourg, which is up in New York City and a leader in this opioid litigation. As you know, the city of Hopewell did make the decision a while back to pursue opioid litigation. So I'm here, I guess, to give a brief update, but also specifically to discuss the settlement allocation agreement that has been hammered out recently between your attorneys, us being some of them, really the localities, all the municipalities that have decided to pursue this, Hopewell included, has decided or has hammered out an agreement with the State Attorney General's office, basically to decide how the money that is coming at some point, how that money is to be dispersed or distributed. This, from my understanding, stems from back in the 90s. There was tobacco litigation. It's very similar in what we're doing here with respect to the litigation was against wholesalers and retailers based on some negligent advertising and the like. There are a lot of parallels here to the opioid litigation that is ongoing. Back when the tobacco litigation was ultimately resolved, there was a very sizable pot of money, and there was no plan really as to who gets what and how it is distributed. So looking to right those wrongs that we've learned in the past, the local governments have, again, been negotiating with the State Attorney General's office and have come up with an agreement. I'm here to recommend that the City of Hopewell join in that agreement. Again, this is what we're calling the settlement allocation agreement. This is not settling the lawsuit or lawsuits, of which there are multiple, and they are all ongoing. They appear to be going well. There is going to be some money to split up at the end of this. When, very difficult to say. But basically what we have hammered out here with the state is hopefully something I can succinctly express to you guys. Of the gross amount of settlement, the idea is that 30% of the gross settlement will be allocated directly to localities. Half of that 30%, so 15% of the total gross settlement, will be totally unrestricted. In other words, it will be given to or awarded to the localities for them to use in any way they see fit. The other half, which would be another 15% of the gross settlement, will be earmarked for what's called opioid abatement, which is a general term that you guys will have obviously a lot of say on what that means exactly, but to be used directly for the opioid epidemic and problem. So that's 30% of the total amount of the money goes directly to the localities, right? 15% of the gross settlement goes directly to the state of Virginia. This is, again, an effort to avoid what happened in the past where the state of Virginia got the vast majority of the money and localities were left with next to nothing. So 30% of the gross settlement goes to localities, 15% directly to the state, which leaves 55% of the gross settlement left. That money will flow through what's called the Opioid Abatement Authority Fund, which was just established by the General Assembly in the last session. Weitz and Luxembourg, your attorneys, were heavily involved in getting that legislation passed. Basically, what that legislation sets up a board that will be compromised. It's 11 seat board. There are 5 of the 11 board seats are drawn directly from local government affiliates, and that board will be tasked with taking 55% of this gross settlement and using it toward opioid abatement issues. So it's a way where the vast majority of the money that comes in is used toward opioid abatement, which of course makes sense because it's an opioid litigation. But what it really does is protects local governments like yourselves from being left holding the bag as far as getting none of the money, right? Which has happened again in the past with the tobacco litigation. So this is a way to ensure that at least part of this settlement is flowing directly to local governments. So that is the issue or the agreement in a nutshell. The question now is whether each local municipality wants to sign off on this. That's what we strongly recommend. Guys at Weitz and Luxembourg strongly recommend that that City of Hopewell join in. I will tell you that many other localities, for whatever it's worth, in this area have already approved this and are part of it. So I'm happy to answer any questions anybody has. I'm trying to keep it as brief as I could.
Okay, I have Vice Mayor Parton and Councilor Pelham.
I move that we approve the resolution and authorize the city manager to sign the Virginia Opioid Abatement Fund and Settlement Allocations Memorandum of Understanding.
I'll second for discussion.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Councilor Pelham. I have Councilor Pelham for discussion, then Councilor Gore, and then Councilor Randolph.
Mr. Buchakowski, thank you for your presentation. How much is the total of the percentages, but what is the actual amount? Does anyone know how much the total amount that will be extracted from?
You mean like the global settlement amount?
Yes.
No. The answer is no. This is somewhat, I won't call it backwards, but we're working a little bit backwards here because trying to make sure there is an agreement in place for how to disperse the money when it's coming in.
Right.
I can tell you there's
that.
I'm sorry.
Well, we have a percentage where it says Hopewell will get 0.3, all these percentages, 0.344%, but you just made that percentage based on the population, I guess?
Yes, it's based in
Or the
large
drug
part
dealers.
to population.
I mean,
Also,
not dealers, drug users, I guess.
yes, your understanding is basically correct. It's based on population as well as other factors that generally can be summed up as the effect that the opioid epidemic or opioid epidemics has had on each locality.
Community.
Hospitalizations, those type of things.
Okay.
So that's where that percentage comes from. I can tell you that as far as a total amount or settlement updates,
Have no
There
doubt.
are so many named defendants in this litigation, so many wholesalers and retailers that are involved. Some of them have filed for bankruptcy, which complicates things. Some of them have agreed to settlements. Some of it is litigation is ongoing. So it's like any litigation, slow-moving process, especially in litigation this size. But we're talking about, you know, a global amount that's likely in the, you know, billions of dollars. Now, what that it's far too early for me to speculate on what exactly that means as far as how much money is going to be coming into the city of Hopewell. But I can tell you that the litigation has been successful thus far. While not complete, it looks good.
Thank you.
It's my turn.
Yes.
Just to clarify, I know that in the packet, it has the list of our attorneys. I'm sorry, something's in my throat. Was this given to our city attorney prior to being put on the agenda?
I
Yes.
I did not give it directly to it, but I believe Mr.
You
Alden
looked at
did.
it?
It looks
Yes.
like she stamped it.
She looked at it and reviewed the resolution that's in the packet and signed off on that. Actually asked me to make sure with Mr. Bujikowski that it was acceptable for their firm, which he said yes. So yes, she had an opportunity to review the packet and the information before she departed.
Something is stuck in my throat, so I'm gonna get some water. But as I walk away, what other localities agreed to do this already, and how many more after this have to still make a decision?
That's a good question. I can tell you that from my understanding, Sussex, Surrey, Chesterfield, and Henrico have all officially, from my understanding, have all officially approved this. I don't know of any localities that are involved that have not approved it yet, but I don't know the answer to that question directly. I'm not sure.
So there's still some more that's pending?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I can tell you that I am not involved or do not represent any other localities where this is still pending.
But the main people that you're working with?
Main people I know of are all on board with this, and what I can tell you is there's no municipalities that are represented by my firm or any others that I'm aware of who have not agreed to this.
Did they have any concerns or suggestions or adjustments to this that we should know about?
None that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Randolph?
Committing to this MOU, does it commit us to any costs of any kind?
No, actually, it does not commit you to any costs. Now, you know, with any litigation, the agreement that you have as far as is what it's called a contingency agreement, where the client, in this case the city of Hopewell, pays no cost up front. There is no retainer or anything like that. The way that the lawyers ultimately get paid is they get a percentage of whatever recovery is available, assuming there is a recovery available. So I'm glad you asked that question, because another really benefit to this agreement is that this also lays out that any costs and fees, attorney's fees, that are to be paid out when the claim is resolved, are to be borne pro rata amongst every municipality and local government, regardless of whether they had representation or not. So there are some municipalities who did not decide to, this is being offered to every single municipality in the state of Virginia. And there are some who are certainly going to recover that did not necessarily retain counsel. Those municipalities will share in the cost and fees at the end of it as well. So which is another benefit or reason why we would suggest that the council approve it or agree.
Okay, thank you.
And so I do have a recommendation to add to your motion. If there are any costs or anything billed, if there are any costs or anything, it has nothing to do with you, it's council administration. That the city manager bring it back to council. If there's any changes or anything with the MOU or anything that happens, that the city manager also bring that back to council, so we can decide how to move forward.
Yeah, that's fine.
Understood?
Is that in the motion?
I'm asking
Yeah, so
Johnny
that-
to add that to the motion.
yeah, that's fine. That can
Vice
be
Mayor
added.
Parton, excuse me. Okay, Counselor Pelham, you seconded, are you okay with that?
Yes.
All right. Can you restate the motion for us?
The motion is to approve the resolution and authorize the city manager to sign the memorandum of understanding, and if any costs to the city manager will bring back to council. Also, if there are any changes with the MOU, the city manager will bring that back to council. Is that correct?
Is everyone clear with the motion? Counselor Denton,
I'm okay.
roll call.
Counselor Denton?
Yeah.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Counselor Gore?
Yes.
Motion passes. Mayor
Thank
Bennett.
you, Ms. Wojciechowski. Have a good day. Moving on to UB 5.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor, members of council, we have a follow-up to our stormwater tour that we conducted a few weeks ago with our stormwater resilience plan, and looking for adoption of that plan as we helps us apply for different grants, and that we're looking at to address those issues. We have this evening here Mr. Butler, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Edwards to discuss with council and somewhat with the community where our tour, but also looking at the resilience plan, and then just to talk briefly about the revenue sources and the fees. So with that, I'll turn it over to the gentleman.
Madam Mayor,
Ma'am,
am I the only one that has not taken the tour?
I need to take the tour as well.
Okay, because we were supposed to be scheduling a follow-up tour for those of us, but I haven't heard of any time frame for
I
that.
did, but I actually did reach out. My schedule is busy until after October 1st, due to my work restraints right now. I did personally reach out to Mr. Butler and, said that I wanted to schedule a time with him, but I haven't circled back to him at all. But I would like to schedule that tour.
Yeah, and I
think
had
you and
talked
I
to
were
the
the
city
only ones,
manager
right?
about
I
it,
didn't
and he had
No,
said he would
Jasmine.
find
And
when we
Counselor Ward.
could, or
Okay.
some of us could, because we may not be able to all be on the same tour, but that hadn't happened yet, so.
Okay.
I'm just clarifying that I'm not the only one that hadn't taken it, thank you.
Okay, is there a motion to extend the meeting?
I move that we extend the meeting till 10 o'clock.
Second?
Motion been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Randolph. Roll call.
Counselor Denton? Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Counselor Gore?
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, motion passes to extend the meeting till 10 o'clock.
Okay, thank you. All right, passing it on. Vice Mayor Parton, you had your light on.
Oh, it was to extend the meeting.
Oh, okay.
Awesome.
Good evening, council. Again, Johnny Butler, city engineer. All kinds of, we're going to do this presentation in a kind of a tag team method. I'm going to go over how the work committee, the Stormwater Work Committee, was put together and how we developed categories for putting together our stormwater resilience program, how we put those projects into one of 5 different categories, and they're distinct in the way they're sorted. I'm going to go over the plan real quick and the work of the committee and how we established the categories. Then Austin Anderson's going to go over the tables, the level of service tables and the fee rate tables and how the adjustments affect revenue. And then Stephen Edwards is going to talk about our industrial people and how those utility fees are collected and how they're arrived at, and perhaps some of the permitting that they have that's a little unique to them. So first of all, we use this, one of the things I'd like to step into is we use this word resilience. And resilience is a word that DEQ wants in our master plan or map and so forth. And it's really about how do we recover from events? How do we handle events? How do we recover from events? What's the impact of events? So that's why that's so important of a term in there. And we titled the map according to this because, to be honest with you, this is what they want it titled. When we submit it for future grants, we have to have a city locally approved stormwater resilience plan, and that's the name of it. And that's how we arrived at that. I'd like to take full credit for it, but reading over DEQ's guidelines, we needed to title it that way. The Stormwater Committee was created about a year ago, I think, on or about. We were a committee of people from the Stormwater Division. There was a citizen on board, there was a council member on board, myself and Austin, and we got together and decided how are we going to put this whole program together. So one of the most important things that I felt was we've got to sort projects out, and we've got to get projects into categories of the complexities, the cost range, the time range, and so forth. And that's how we arrived at the different categories. I brought the maps here because the pointer doesn't work on the screen, and I wasn't sure that this was going to be available. So anyway, we got the different categories. The yellow is our public works small projects categories. These are projects that usually we would do under work order assignment, investigation, findings. These projects generally are something that we can get to with our own forces, and on average, they're not more than $30,000 projects that we can tackle within 30, 60, 90 days of investigation time, depending on the workload. And this category here, this is Stephen's work group. They investigate and go out and tackle these projects. A lot of them are generated through citizen work order complaints, and some of them are just scheduled maintenance, that they see things they need to do, and they do them. The next category in the orange is when we get into the category 2. These are a little bit more complex small projects. They're usually 1 to 2 years. We have to put together funding source. Some of them are no plan projects, and some of them need to be surveyed and have an engineered solution brought forth. I'm not saying that the in-house forces can't do some of them, but these projects here may tie them down and get them involved in a project that's going to take away from their time to do the work order type projects. So we would take those on through assignment to annual contractors and so forth. Our next category here is the category 3 projects. These are like 3 to 5, 3 to 4. We have a lot of projects in this range right now. These are our VDOT revenue sharing program projects and any other type of grant project. Are there projects that are just, we are doing them through our capital improvement program where we're trying to solve some street and channel and numbers of other host of problems. Then we get into the red projects here. These are probably your 5-year projects, 3 to 5 years. Again, these are VDOT projects, but they're more expensive, more complex, and they're generally more neighborhood linkage in doing a whole particular neighborhood rather than just a street or a corridor or so forth. And then our Burgundy projects here, these are our real problem projects. These are the projects that are the channels, the outfalls. And in our tour, I took the members around and I showed you the complexity and how some of these projects right here have high risk to us. And fortunately, the two that we have on here, we've gotten support funding. One was an earmark project here for the CSX Norfolk Southern Embankment Project. We've gotten word. We're screened in, and we actually have an approval letter that those fundings, those funds, we, through some hard work of Ben Rupert and Austin and a few other people, we got through all of the screening and all the questions and everything, and we got it. And that's the best way to put it. It was a lot of hard work, but the reason we got it is we were ready for it. We already had this project on our list. We had already done a lot of engineering. We even had plans. We even bid it one time to get some pricing on it. So when this opportunity came forth with this earmark funds, which 2-3 years ago, last fall, we didn't know was going to happen, we were sitting in a good spot. And we had the perfect project to go through all of the qualifiers, and we submitted it, worked hard on the application, and we're in good shape with that. That funding is, I believe, it has to start next year, doesn't it? It's already in the federal budget. The other project here is this Cattail Creek project that we took people along the tour. This is the Reach 4 along Winston Churchill. That project is a high risk. It's a channel erosion and channel scouring problem that we have. We're one major storm event away of losing some pieces of, or some sections of the road shelf of Winston Churchill. We have been screened in at the highest level with FEMA now on this project. We got word last week. You know, there's things on Capitol Hill that still got to happen, but we pretty much have got tentative approval that we've got this project. And what was that value? $1.2 million. So that's a big deal. It's a real big deal. It's $1.2 million that if we would have had to fix this on our own through our own revenue and so forth, we would have had to take that money and fix this because of the critical nature of that road section and that channel, and something else would have had to go on pause. So it's a big deal. The stormwater plan here, we broke this down into the different watersheds. Over here is the Cabin Creek watershed, and this is a huge watershed, but believe it or not, about 2/3 of it comes from outside the city. About 1/3 of it that you see in here on this Cabin Creek watershed, that's the city's portion of it, but we're bringing some of it in from other I-295, Fort Lee drains into it, parts of Prince George County, all the way from Temple Avenue, Siskey Gate, all that drains into this watershed. So we've got the watersheds all color-coded differently so that we can speak in terms of what watershed involves each project. This down here is the Bailey Creek watershed, and this one in the middle, this is the one that gives us really the most problems. This is the Cattail Creek watershed. And just kind of, and on the tour, I sort of mentioned to people on the tour, to give you an idea how impactful this watershed is, the water running off the roof of the high school comes all the way through this area, comes down through the paved channels, and comes under the Norfolk Southern Railroad embankment, comes under Elm Street, South 15th Street, and comes all the way down into this outlet here into the Appomattox. So our watershed in the inland flooding problems in the Cattail Creek is a major problem for us. In our tour, we went on our #1 project, and I don't want to go all the way back through the tour because it would take us a long time, but in the minutes in your brief package for council tonight, it had a recap of the tour. So I will just say we went through Moultrie Avenue, which is a project we've been working on. It's a VDOT revenue sharing project. We're going to try to get some other source funds to help us out with that. We've been working on this project. We submitted it 4 years ago. We've been working on it. We've got it all engineered. The plans are 100% complete, and we hope to be out to bid by the end of the year, maybe some award by springtime, and get going on the Moultrie Avenue project. And when we did the tour, I showed the impact of how significant this project is. It's about 9 blocks of areas that we have recurring flooding in some of the neighborhood streets. And this project is to address all that. And then we went on the tour, we looked at some of the problems we have with the CSX Railroad crossing underneath the end of Moultrie Street. We hope to work with CSX and fix that problem. We got a lot of things in our favor in talking to CSX right now. The other project that we got, the earmark project, is down at, I took on the tour down to the end of Norfolk Street for those of y'all that were with us. And you couldn't really see it because there's a lot of overgrowth, but the Norfolk Southern embankment has a real constraint. And that constraint means that it doesn't have the capacity to let the drainage through that we need to get through that zone. And what it does is it hammers all the way back through our system, all the way through our underground system, all the way through our roadside ditch system. It goes through several neighborhoods. So when we fix this one problem, it's going to fix a couple of dozen other problems. That's the importance of it. And again, it's a big deal. We've got some help in the funding. We work with Norfolk Southern, CSX, and it's going to take a little on our part, but I'm very happy where we are right now with that. And then our tour, we went and we did a number of other streets, but what you can see is using this plan, we can identify what we're up to, what our projects. This is a working document. The things that the streets that we have in this category right here, right now, this moment today, might be different 90 days from now. Hopefully, we've knocked off a couple of projects here, and we'll move some into it. And it's the same thing with the orange projects and the red or pink, I guess that's pink, and red and burgundy. I mean, some of these are very long-term, and they're more complex, and it'll take quite a bit more effort and a little bit more funds to fix. But we'll continue to show this. And this plan's important for the reasons I mentioned earlier. When we submit for future grant applications, and there's a lot of good programs out there for us, having this ready and this approved, submitting it with our application, this is the kind of things that the grant application reviewers, they want to see this. They want to see that you've put some thought in this, you've got this organized, this isn't something you just came up with. So that's the importance of how we, and what we're showing you. And I'm not going to get into it too much further because there's a couple more speakers here. Do you have any questions of me before? And I'm not going anywhere, so, okay?
So the presentation is only for 10 minutes.
The time is up for the presentation.
Did I use everybody's time?
You did. I let you go a little bit over because you were doing so well.
All right, I just like talking.
Vice Mayor Parton had
I'm
his light on.
filibustering here, right? So, where do we go from here? You want to extend it?
That's up to
Does
council.
council want to extend the Vice Mayor Parton?
Yeah. I move that we extend the presentation time
And I
to let him
think the two
finish.
next items.
But what if
Okay.
it goes
gonna be
past
quick.
10 o'clock?
It won't. He just said it'd take a couple minutes.
Oh, okay.
Good evening. My name's Austin
We have
Anderson.
to, we have to vote
Oh,
on it.
I'm sorry. Ready to vote?
Second.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton to extend, seconded by Councilor Pelham. Roll call.
Councilor Denton? Councilor Denton?
Yes.
Councilor Pelham?
Yes.
Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Councilor Randolph?
Yes.
Councilor Holloway?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Councilor Gore?
Yes.
Motion is passed to extend to finish this presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. I also participated on the tour on September 8th. And at the conclusion of the tour, staff was asked to pursue 3 different items related to the fee schedule, as well as the third-party billing, and considering reducing the industrial stormwater fee credit. I just want to briefly explain that and how we answer it with this table. At the very bottom, you'll see LOS 1, $4, and that stands for $4 per equivalent residential unit. Back in 2015, when this first was brought to council to consider adoption of a stormwater fee, the projected revenue was $1 million based on the $4 fee. As you see going up the rows to the top, there was a $4 fee, $4.50, all the way up to $8, which was LOS 5. Based on the actual revenue that we received in fiscal year 20, which is the latest information that I had at hand a few weeks ago, you'll see that we produced about $860,000 in revenue. So then taking that number and interpolating it to the projected, which is the third column over, we've adjusted those projected numbers based on what we actually received with the $4 rate and what we can expect to receive if the rate is increased. Moving over to the second group of columns, the project budget. What I've done with this is taking down at the bottom the $325,000. Again, that was what was projected to spend on project budgets with the $1 million revenue. And the actual was a little bit higher than that in FY20, which is $446,000. And again, that number was interpolated over to give you an estimate on what can be allocated toward projects. And just to recap, as Mr. Butler said, these would mainly go towards your Category 1 and Category 2 projects. They may be used as a match for some larger grants, which would be your Category 3 and up, but primarily they would chip away at the yellow and the orange table on the resilience plan. Going down, so that's just a quick overview of the fee schedule and how all the numbers work. Going down to the notes at the bottom, if you go to number 4, the annual VPDES, which stands for Virginia Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, industrial permit, utility fee credit is approximately $318,000. So what that is, in your agenda packet, you'll see a table right behind that says VPDES, utility fee credit table. The annual fee, you'll see the number there at the bottom, and these are 3 industries that have elected to participate in this program. There's other
On the right
industries.
slide?
I don't have that slide. I just,
It's,
What do you
Do you
have?
want me to
it's in
take
our
over?
package.
yeah.
What do you
Can
read?
you put it on?
Yes.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
thank you.
Now, which are you referring to?
It should be the next page in the agenda
there.
packet.
It's
That
right
one?
there, okay.
So again, these are the 3 industries that have elected to participate in this fee credit program. Other industries pay the full amount. It's up to them to pursue the credit. And you'll see the annual fee on the bottom there's $354,000, and that's what's billed to these 3 industries. Applying the 90% credit reduces it to $35,419. So answering that question on the fee credit, it's about a $318,000 credit that is extended to the industry. And Stephen here is going to go into that in a little more detail on what that is all about and how it plays into the Code of Virginia and also the city code with extending that credit. And then finally, the quickest answer on the service cost for the third-party billing company, it costs about $102,000 per year to bill the residents in the industry the $4. So I know there was talk about possibly adding that to the real estate bill as a biannual bill instead of a monthly bill. And I just put at the bottom that any savings would go toward projects. So we have a baseline cost of running the MS4 program with the salaries and equipment and basic needs to run the permit program. If we could reduce that service charge in any way, it would go directly to projects. I don't know how much it would cost real estate to take that burden on, but I'm guessing it would be less than $100,000, so something to consider. So that's what I had on the fee schedule as well as the industrial utility fee overview.
I have a
Steve?
point of information before we go forward to the mayor.
What's your point of information?
I would like to make a motion to have a work session about this because number one, not all of us went to the tour because we weren't available. And then in the presentation, there was comments made, like we were asked to look into, I don't know who asked you, council didn't do it. So I appreciate you giving that information. I don't know the source of it, why you're even presenting on it to that granular detail before he gets up here and says whatever. No disrespect to you. I don't even know, again, who tasked you with doing that on our behalf. And I can only speak for myself.
What is
but
that? Test him on what?
To give that, to look into those numbers, because like you're getting into like, you know, I mean, I like the
Increasing residency
conversation.
rates. Is that
but
what you're talking about?
yeah.
Increasing the residency
I mean,
rates?
I like the conversation, don't get me wrong. But I feel like there is clearly some other sidebar decision-making happening with all of us being a part of this conversation. And before we continue, I want to be on the same page as everybody else. And this is not directed towards you, but I can say on record, I have had stormwater on the agenda for a whole entire 2 years. Ms. Pelham has added on there before me, asking to look over these projects. She went on a tour, I couldn't make it. But now we have this data, but it seems like there's already been conversations, right? So let's bring everyone to the same place and council collectively be a majority, make a decision on what's happening here. Because I can only speak for myself, but it
are you
seems
making
like
a motion
I make a motion, we do a work session at a later date, whether it be the second meeting in October or the first meeting in November. Because, yeah.
Is there a second?
I'll make a substitute motion.
You have to state your substitute.
Okay, well, I'll move that we just adopt the stormwater resiliency plan as presented.
Second.
All right, that motion got a second. Call for the vote.
Motion to call for the vote?
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Just call for the
No.
vote.
Huh. Just for the call for the vote.
yes.
Vote on what? The substitute?
To
or-
call for the motion, call for the vote.
Oh,
To adopt the
No, it's just to,
Call for the
call
vote.
for the vote.
yes, so we
No.
can vote on the motion.
Right.
Okay, so no, Counselor Pelham. Okay. Mayor Bennett,
No.
Counselor Randolph,
All right, just so I'm clear, we're voting on whether we call for the vote or not, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
No.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Motion passes, Mayor Bennett.
Okay, can you please restate the motion?
Vice Mayor Parton's motion?
Yes, please.
Vice Mayor Parton's motion was to approve the stormwater resilience plan.
can we ask a question? Can I? I don't know, is it
You
appropriate?
have a question?
Yeah, there's no deadline for any of this stuff, is it? It's just-
No, that's
it's
why I
a
asked for a
plan.
work session, but he made a substitute motion to
Yeah.
adopt it.
Let me add one thing.
By the end of the year.
On November 5th, the next application open period, I have to have the stormwater resilience plan approved as part of the submission package. If we don't have one,
We
we're
don't
gonna
get
miss that
anything.
date.
What date?
And that's for future grant funds for stormwater projects.
Right,
So I'm not sure exactly what the motion is, but I thought it was to approve the stormwater resilience plan, the way we've set it up,
Yes.
the way we'll go forward, how the working document. And that aside from the rate tables and something to do with permitting, the plans, if that's what you're voting on and that's what's important, and that's what has a time importance to it.
What, that was the time
And
that you
this,
said?
and this isn't, I don't think, debatable.
I think, yeah, we were a little.
Yeah, we still don't know about this either. So what's the timeline for when you need this
Well, my
passed?
next
Okay.
grant application date is November the 5th, and I want to submit this plan with another project to get some support funding for Moultrie so that it'll help us out on it. So I don't want to be back here in October saying, hey, we got to do this right now, or we're not.
I do have,
I don't think there's any
mean,
argument over
Mr.
how we
City-
presented the plan.
okay, Mr. City Manager,
Yes, ma'am. So, the request from staff is just to adopt the plan, not fees or anything like that. That was just overview and background, just the plan itself that was presented so we could move forward with submitting applications on behalf of the city for projects. We're not here to talk about increasing fees
Rates,
or
that's- I
anything
mean,
like
that's-
that. It's just this plan document here that we need so we can move forward with submission for other projects. That's all.
I have a point of
Counselor-
information then after she finishes.
Counselor Gore and then Counselor Pelham.
So we're expected to adopt a plan tonight that we were not even a part of building. I mean, you had the tour, but again, not everybody can make the tour. This is a big document that several of us have been asking for a long time to know information about this. Now we're getting a plan with posters and being asked to adopt it tonight, and it's gonna feed into future projects. How do you expect for us to do that? I mean, especially when we've been asking for this information.
And we conducted, and
I mean, the tour is a tour, but no disrespect. I know I have
Does it-
asked for 2 whole years for a presentation just to know the projects alone and the number of complaints in a priority order. I mean, so yeah, I missed the tour, but that was a recent event. But clearly the data's been here. There was a committee established. Were you aware of a committee?
that was the
I mean,
staff.
But still, we could have had a presentation. My point is, are we expected to make a vote tonight for a plan that we all of us have not really been involved in? And if I understand Mr. Butler correctly, it would feed into other immediate projects?
It feeds into our ability to apply for grants for other projects. Yes.
So my question is the grant already ready, prepared, so that you can submit it once the vote is made? Do you have everything else you need to forward that, you have to tweak it some type of way before it's ready, prepared to go forward? Do you have time so the other 3 counselors
Well,
can get an up-to-date?
But you know the plan?
The
This is the plan.
projects
Right.
that council may come up with, that they want to make part of this plan. We've got 5 different categories that, given
You can
those
inject-
projects, we would place those projects after.
Insert.
But right now, these are the projects that are the most problematic ones. These are the ones we've been dealing with around the city, all the flooding problems. They're all on here right now. Now, there may be other small projects or some other neighborhood projects that council comes forward with later that wants to include into this plan, but there's nothing on this plan right now that should come off.
Well, nothing
you
should
don't
come
know
off,
what it
but
is.
there's nothing on this plan that encumbers the southern part of Winston Churchill Drive, correct? That's we talked about that, that's my concern. They might be small projects, but those areas back there flood as well. So
Right.
I don't want to stop the whole plan because maybe they're not on there, but when can you assure me they will be on there? That's my thing. Nothing from like
Well-
Ward 7.
All of
All
the
the way to
projects on here have some degree of funding and engineering that, except I would say the yellow projects. These are the work order projects that are called in and brought to our attention, we investigated.
Right.
And that's what I'm saying. This list right here is it's gonna change monthly, every quarter. It's gonna have new projects and projects that completed that go away.
And they
But
can
these
move
channel
upward.
projects over here, they've got some big funding that and these are projects that we have high risk, and they will solve a multitude of other problems.
And
So,
my-
there's,
But can the projects
Yeah, but
from
they
yellow,
wanna
the yellow
put it in
project
vote
base, can they,
No.
if you find an issue that cover multiple sites,
not.
will they be in turn changed to a different number, color?
they could,
Yeah, that's what I'm
they
saying.
could.
So
You
that,
could
that,
start out a project that you think is just a
Small.
small project, and then when we investigate it, it's got a lot more associated problems to them. What happens, we find some of these projects, is the outfall, which is what takes the drainage to the stream valleys and disperses it into the river valleys and so forth.
the outfall is so constraining that even this small project, to make it work, you gotta take on a bigger project and fix the outfall, because that's really the root cause of the backwater in the first.
That's what I talked to you about. That was my concern, is that it's just from 7th, 6th, and part, some up to, which would include New Lincoln Circle and Dale Rose. None of those areas are inclusive of this plan. Maybe in the yellow, but not in the totality of the entire plan. And I just don't want that area,
Right.
our areas to be left out.
We have drainage problems all over the city,
I know.
and some of them are pretty serious. And some
lot
of them
of
are
them.
very recurring and overtopping systems and so forth. Those are the ones that are in ranking order that we need to get to and fix first.
Yeah,
Now, some of the other ones may be slow draining areas, but they're not causing property damage, or they're not lasting long periods of time, or they're not happening every rain event. But what we have on here are the ones that fall into that category, where every significant event, we're having inland flooding in neighborhood streets. And, you know, sometimes I go look at flooding problems, and I know the neighbors would like to see the street drain better, but I would like to show them some of the other problems that we're dealing with that are even greater problems. So we've got to put them in a ranking order, a priority, because, you know,
I
we can't
agree.
fix everything, but we can try to fix the worst ones first.
And it's like a 50-year
And
plan.
and that's what's on here. That's what's on.
Thank you.
And if you want to have a work committee and this, we've got something to work with going forward. Here we are. It's here.
Yeah.
Right.
We've got something to
Finally.
work with and talk
Finally.
about and have work committees and introduce new projects and show our accomplishments and so forth.
Yeah,
One
I just
other
think a work
question.
session should be happening, so, because that's what we asked for and directed.
Right.
So this is not directed towards you.
No, I'm
I
not
appreciate the
thinking that way at
hard
all.
work, but again, being asked to adopt a whole plan that feeds into two other things you're asking for without a work session, understanding is a lot to do in one night.
We've got something to work for, what you just described. We got something to work with now and work together as a group. Up until 2 months ago, we weren't there.
Yeah,
Okay?
it's way overdue, that's for
Mr.
sure.
Altman?
Well, I was just gonna say, I mean, we had a, so we conducted a special meeting, a work session to discuss this issue and go on the tour and present it to council. And we understand that some of you weren't able to attend, but the plan itself, as has been described, is a living document. So this is the start. And our request was to have approval of the plan as a starting point, so we can use that to work towards some of these projects. And we can come back and have more discussion. But we did have a work session. We did do a tour. We did discuss all these projects with council that was able to attend that tour.
Did you have a comment?
I mean, it was a tour, not a work session to talk about
No,
a plan that we're gonna be, that's probably what y'all did, but to me, it was pitched as a tour of the
And at the-
stormwater projects.
And at the very end, we had a work session, a good Q&A session.
Right, so Q&A is not the same as the city council work session as planned.
So during the tour, we stopped, answered questions, discussed projects. So I think we would have done the same thing to discuss projects that we would do in here, but we just took it out so people could see it on the ground.
Putting
no
eyeballs
disrespect.
on this was really important. And we're more than glad to do another tour. I mean,
Even,
y'all-
I,
as often as
y'all
we
come
need
up
to
with
do
the
it.
schedule
date?
that.
Yeah, it's not the issue about the tour itself, but I'm just saying, go ahead, I think.
I just want to say that,
difference.
thank you, we do have to start somewhere, right?
Yeah.
We can't fix anything until we start.
Right.
We can't finish until we start.
Right.
So I thank you for your time. I want to, if any other counselors have any other comments, I want to move forward and vote.
Well, I'd like to say something.
Okay.
So we asked as city council, just most recently this year in 2021, back in February, in which we charged you all to bring us something back in 3 months. Unfortunately, that timeline was not able to be made, and you guys asked for an extension of 3 months. And then you came back. Then you put on a tour for us. You also had this on the last meeting's agenda. Fortunately, we didn't get to it, and now we're here tonight. So, in my mind's eye, there has been ample time to ask questions. The tour that we did, there was, time to ask questions. And the reason why that the fees and all that stuff is on there is because I didn't know that information, and I thought it would be beneficial to council. So I asked them to say, instead of just giving me that information, would you please give all members of the city council that information?
To increase the rates?
So that way everybody knows what the
We
financial
gotta-
analysis would be. But,
Nobody asked for that.
but just to, not, approve the plan tonight, which helps us with funding, and to start working towards addressing these infrastructure projects, we can do that, and we can have a work session. I'll be the first one to tell you, I'll come to the work session, and I'll even show up an hour early, like I did last time, ready to ask questions, because this is something I'm very passionate about. But to not approve the plan tonight and to forego it, just to have another work session, which the inevitability is, we're still going to approve the plan. Let's go ahead and approve the plan now, so that way more work can continue to be done.
I think the confusion lies with explaining the rates and increasing, where we can increase to get these projects done. So those two
we're not gonna
mixed,
do that.
and that wasn't right. What we're here now tonight, after it's been
Just-
cleared by the city manager,
Just
That
to
we
approve
are-
the plan.
that we are just approving the plan. So
Correct.
thank you for your due
think the
diligence in
intention
bringing
ever
that to
was
us. Yeah, we're not
No.
talking about any,
Pardon.
I want the citizens to know we're not approving any rate increase anywhere. We are only approving, or not approving, but we are voting to approve the plan as presented, right?
Very-
Okay?
Can I
Roll
ask one
call.
question,
Oh,
please?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is the citizen on the committee?
But I think it was. I think.
Ronnie Cooper.
And he a
And
contracted
He was appointed as citizen rep, and
by who?
By who? What committee?
So we had the committees, which is our staff, and at the time, Mr. Edwards wasn't here, it was Mr. Badiata. But we thought it would be necessary just to get an idea from a cost perspective with Mr. Cooper and his experience. He did not influencing contracts, not trying to give him any contracts
well,
at
that's-
all.
yeah, that's
These
kinda
large
compromise.
contracts would have to be bid out. So, but it was
Yeah.
just there as a point of reference, as to
So he
assist.
shouldn't apply for any, because he got inside scoop.
he had great experience of where a lot
Oh,
of
I
problems are.
understand. He's been in the city 50 years.
Call for the vote.
We're already voting, Counselor Denton. That was already done. Roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
No.
Mayor Bennett, motion passes 6
Thank
to
you.
1.
And I'm still afforded the opportunity for the tour, right?
Mhm,
Yeah.
Even if, okay,
absolutely.
good, okay.
I move that we
Absolutely.
extend the meeting to 10:30.
Second.
Can we,
There's time sensitive items in here for Mr. Butler.
I
Can
was
you add
gonna
on
tell
there to go
you,
back to,
roll call, I mean, there's been a motion. The motion on the floor is to extend the meeting until 10:30.
10:30.
Is there a second?
I
I'm
second.
sorry.
I have a question on that.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to see us over there,
All right.
and Mr. Austin there to go ahead and do R1 and R2. I think these may be time sensitive, and we need to take care of those tonight. I would be willing to, vote to extend the meeting if we can do that for them.
Okay, I also have to state that, are we amending the agenda?
Yes, we would amend the agenda to go ahead and have R1
you can,
and
but there's other
R2.
pressing items.
The American Rescue is not as time sensitive,
It is.
and we can do that at our next meeting.
Okay, there was a motion on the floor to extend the meeting to 10:30. There wasn't a second.
Counselor Pelham seconded it.
Counselor Pelham second, okay. Now it's up for discussion. Counselor Gore.
We need to go back into closed session to discuss the other pressing item that we have regarding the audit that we held off.
That can't be done in the special meeting about the audit? Because
No, it was a closed session item that we waited for
I
her
know.
to get here.
I understand that, but can we not do that in closed session at the special meeting?
No, because it was, I'm
The
not trying to be
special
funny, it
meeting
was,
starts at 6:30. We don't have that.
but it was on this agenda to talk about, because it's a pressing item, so just wanted to do that.
All right, there's a motion to extend the meeting to 10:30.
Can I make a substitute motion
There is a substitute motion.
to put, R1, R2 before the last UV item?
That's fine, I'll second it. We're running out of time.
Motion's been made to make a substitute motion. Is that okay with you?
That's fine.
Is that okay with you, Counselor Pelham?
We had a vote for
You
that.
seconded.
I guess.
What?
She has
Yeah.
a vote to get permission to do a substitute motion. If she's making a friendly amendment, she can do that, but she's asking for a substitute, she doesn't vote for it.
Roll call to make a substitute motion.
Okay. Roll call for the substitute motion. Counselor Denton.
Yes,
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes. So the substitute motion is to place R1 and R2 to be the next items discussed. I'm sorry?
To be the next item to discuss.
Okay. Any discussion? Roll call.
Counselor Denton.
yes,
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Is there a motion to extend the meeting?
I move that we extend the meeting to 10:30.
Substitute motion.
second it,
The substitute motion,
There is
No.
one.
Okay.
the substitute motion took that out.
Okay, thank you.
Motion, any more questions? Roll call?
Counselor Denton.
yes,
Counselor Pelham.
Yeah.
Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Motion passes to extend the meeting to 10:30.
R1.
No attorney? You won't have no attorney.
So this evening, we have Mr. Anderson in here to present and discuss and Mr. Butler to discuss the FY 2023 VDOT Revenue Sharing Program applications.
Try to move swiftly here. Thanks for extending the meeting. It was very important because we have to have a resolution to go with our application. We've already been screened in and approved, but without the council
I'm sorry,
resolution-
did you want to say something?
No,
Have
I'm
a
ready to make a
question?
motion.
Oh, okay. His lights on, I'm like, oh
No
my
need for
goodness.
presentation.
You turn the mic to you, Mr.
You said no
Butler.
need for a
No need
presentation?
for presentation.
I'm fine with that.
I move that we approve the resolution and the FY 2023 VDOT Revenue Sharing Program applications 8211 pavement rehabilitation, various local streets, and 8255 Richmond Street and Petersburg Street improvements.
Second.
Motion been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Randolph. Roll call?
Counselor Denton.
yes,
Counselor Pelham.
Yeah.
Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. R2, do you say he
Yep,
doesn't need to?
I'm ready for another
Oh,
motion.
you ready for another motion? So we don't need to discuss this.
Well,
Does any council member want to have this discussion? Or, go ahead, but.
well, I would say.
We should, because the public is watching.
Yes.
Just saying.
Right.
It is an open public meeting for people to see their government work.
Yep.
So the importance of this, and I think, and Mr. Butler and Mr. Anderson can correct me if I'm wrong, we've talked about a shared use path along Route 10 on the northern side of the road, so the hospital side of Route 10. And there's been some issues, so this actually, this proposal and application would bring that shared use path to the southern side of the road, the opposite side of Route 10. So just want to make sure that everybody understands that the shared use path is moving sides of Route 10 in this application, so.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Altman. I just want to add the reasons why we're making that move. We investigated doing the north side, as Mr. Altman just said, and there was a lot of utility issues and constraints. We initially wanted to be on the north side because a lot of the destinations are on the north side. But with the phase 1 of the Riverwalk and the pending phase 2 of the Riverwalk, we are going to have a pedestrian friendly asset that'll kind of give that connection between downtown and the marina. And the main issue why we're having to move it to the south side is once the pedestrians and bicyclists get to 6th Avenue where the subway is, they have no real safe way to continue down to the marina. We don't have any right-of-way through there, and once you get to the hotel, you have a pretty severe grade separation, and it's just a very dangerous corridor. So by moving it to the south side, we can make a safe, accessible crossing there at 6th Avenue and continue on to Fremont, down to 9th, and connect back into the Riverside Loop. And it's a safer crossing, and that's really the main reason why we're moving to the south side. It's still on our comprehensive plan to have a shared use path on Route 10. We're just asking to move it. And this is going to connect our bicycle lanes that we have throughout the city. They're not in yet, but they're finishing up the design now. And this is the last piece that we need to make that connection.
Are there any
Sorry.
other,
One last thing, the signal, we're going to do signal improvements too at 6th Avenue to accommodate a bicycle pedestrian phase, which will also greatly improve the safety at that intersection.
What'll that entail? The sig-
Counselor Randolph has a point of information. Thank you.
Yeah, can you elaborate a little bit more on
It's-
that signal change?
The minimum it's going to entail is new wiring, new controller, and adding in a pedestrian bicycle phase. So they'll have push-button actuation at the intersection.
Yes.
It'll be a ladder-style crosswalk with visibility to get the bicyclists across 6th Avenue and continue on to Fremont,
Okay, thank you.
down Fremont. We would have liked to do a more robust intersection improvement, kind of like 21st Avenue and what we're going to be doing at Five Forks next year. But the funding and the way it works with TAP, we couldn't do that robust full signal replacement. But we're going to do improvements to make it safer so that you can cross.
Say that again about Five Forks. You gonna make it safer now before the project?
Yeah,
begins?
so the Five Forks project is in design right now, and it's,
Right,
yeah, it's about the 20% design stage. We just went through our scoping with VDOT, so that's going to be a full signal replacement.
is it
with-
gonna be the blue poles or the?
Yes. It's gonna be,
Oh, yes.
it's gonna be decorative.
We get it on that side.
It's going to look like 21st and Broadway, but with
Yeah.
a different
Yeah.
That's
geometry.
my point, yes. Thank you.
That's awesome.
Yes.
That is awesome. Any other questions before I call on Vice Mayor?
I move that we approve the fiscal year 2023 and 2024 VDOT Transportation Alternatives Program application ID 8258 West Randolph Road Shared Use Path, and to add it to the city's current CIP program.
Second.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Denton. Any lights for discussion? Roll call.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yeah,
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you for your time. Thank you. And we're moving on to UB 6. Oh,
I
wait,
thought this
we're not on
meeting-
R2 yet?
No.
Oh, we're done, okay. All right, we're moving to UB 6.
So, members of council, as you know, we received some funding from the feds, kind of this, what they're referring to as transformational funding. We will be receiving a total amount of $9,998,813 in 2 tranches in the American Rescue Plan Act funding. We've received our first half of those funds, which is a $4,999,406.50. And then we will receive the other half next year. We have to have those funds obligated by 2024 and spent by 2026. So there's a PowerPoint presentation in your packet. And so basically this evening, just wanted to walk through with council the use of the funds and not present how we're gonna use them, because we need to get feedback from council and some thoughts as to how you'd like to see them used. But essentially, there are 4 ways to use the funds. Those are to respond to the public health emergency or its negative economic impacts, including assistance to households, small businesses, and nonprofits, or aid to impacted industries such as tourism, travel, and hospitality. Second way would be to respond to workers performing essential work during COVID-19, the public health emergency, by providing premium pay to eligible workers. The third way is a provision of government services, the extent of the reduction in revenue due to the COVID-19 public health emergency relative to revenues collected in the most recent full fiscal year prior to the emergency. And then to make necessary improvements to water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. So the first category of use of funds, to give you an idea of eligible uses, could be for the COVID-19 mitigation and prevention. That would be contact tracing, testing, ventilation improvements, which we've done some here in all of our buildings, and capital investments. So one of the things that we will suggest to council, because we know in discussions with the Virginia Health Department, particularly Crater, that there's going to be an increase in testing and vaccination events again. So we will have a request for funding to help support that, because we'll have to pay the light bill and things when we go and do the testing. We have our events for vaccinations that we'll be participating in and helping support. Additionally, uses can be used to offset medical expenses, including medical services for long-term individuals of long COVID, behavioral health needs, to including addiction treatment, to include a national spike in overdose deaths, addressing disparities in public health outcomes and economic outcomes in our communities, and in anything as broad and generally as broad that was included in the CARES Act. Additionally, you can do assistance to unemployed workers through job training, deposits to state unemployment insurance trusts, loans or grants to small businesses and nonprofits, which we did before with our CARES funding, aid to impacted industries again, and then assistance to households. So utility assistance, counseling, legal aid, prevent homelessness, food assistance, rent, mortgage, home repairs. And then there's an analysis that we can use to look at our census tracts to see which ones are eligible, but those that are eligible are our CDBG census tracts that we currently have. Those are our current eligible qualified census tracts in the city. The second category of usage, again, was the essential workers. Those workers that are defined as those workers needed to maintain continuity or operations of essential critical infrastructure. And essential work is the work required physical presence on the job site. You can do the premium pay up to $13 per hour above salary. The maximum premium pay amount can extend more than $25,000 per eligible worker. Compensation prioritized for lower income eligible workers performing essential work. And then they've given some categories of essential workers: healthcare, public health and safety, childcare, education, sanitation, transportation, and food production services. Third is the revenue reduction. So what is that? That's where recipients received a reduction in revenue measured relative to the revenue collected prior to the last full fiscal year prior to the emergency. So,
Next slide.
next slide, please. Treasury provides a calculation method for that, for calculating lost revenue during COVID. And essentially that method is for the purposes, you can look at your, looking at only our general revenue, and then the calculation steps. You look at that most recent full fiscal year prior to the pandemic, that's your base year. You do an estimate of growth for the city would have experiencing using either a 4.1% or an average annual growth. You can use the 4.1 if it's lower for 3 full fiscal years prior to the health emergency. And then identify actual revenue collected over the past 12 months and then lost revenue equal to the expected growth. So there's actually, what Treasury has done is set up a calculator that you go in and plug in your money, plug in your numbers, and it calculates the potential lost revenue that you would have. And ours is over $3 million. And those funds aren't going to have a restriction on the usage. So government services for this category are pay-as-you-go, maintenance-funded building infrastructure projects, including roads, modernization of cybersecurity, health services, environmental remediation, school and educational services, and provision of police, fire, and other public safety services. Things that are not included: we can't replenish our financial reserves. We can't do any interest or principal on any outstanding debt. Any expenses associated with fiscal indebtedness or borrowing money, we can't use them to satisfy a settlement or a judgment, and we can't address any judicially affirmed debt restricting in a judicial or administrative regulatory proceeding. The fourth and final category is where we're dealing with our infrastructure, water infrastructure projects. So they must be aligned with the types or categories of projects eligible for financial assistance through EPA's Clean State Water Revolving Loan Fund, or the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. Sewer projects may include construction of publicly owned treatment infrastructure, including infrastructure which manages and treats stormwater or subsurface drainage, and facilitates water reuse. And the Treasury is encouraging using the recovery funds for projects that improve drinking water infrastructure, which for us, water company does that for us here in Hopewell, consolidating or establishing drinking water systems, supporting cybersecurity needs to protect water or sewer infrastructure, support efforts to address climate change, and provide relief in cases of natural disaster. The last category here is broadband. So that's designed to projects to be designed to provide service to underserved and unserved and underserved households and businesses. So we were the recipient of a large project of CARES money for this, which IT has begun the implementation to address providing access in downtown, but also to our public housing properties here in the city. We're going to obviously make a recommendation to put some more money towards this to expand broadband throughout our community. So those eligible projects to the underserved or unserved households or businesses, one or more household or business not currently served by a wireline connection that reliably delivers at least 25 megabytes per second download speed and 3 upload speed. The eligible projects must provide reliable at 100 symmetrical, so 100 up and down a download. So, again, deadline for utilization of our American Rescue Plan Act money is cost encumbered and by December 31st, 2024. So we've got to have them obligated at that time, and then we have to spend it by 2026. The funds can't be used for, again, ineligible uses, just flat out. No contributions to rainy day funds, financial reserves, tax cuts, any payment or interest of principal or outstanding debt, fees or issuance costs, and those judgments. So, and we have reporting requirements within the Act that we'll have to comply with. Any questions? What I would like to suggest is, some members of council have provided suggestions to staff as to what you'd like to see money for, the funding used for. If we could get some more input, we bring all that back to council at a work session environment so we can walk through it all and discuss it and then have it on a future agenda for council's approval.
So how much is left? I'm sorry. How much is left that we'll be allocating different areas?
Well, our first amount, and I would suggest we do this in 2 phases, not try to allocate all the $9 million at one time, but do it based on what we received this year, which is the $4,999,406, and we did roughly a $400,000 of that in the budget process. So we still have about $4 million remaining to allocate for this year.
I thought that wasn't coming to March.
That was
this past March.
It was this past.
Okay.
Yeah, we got it this past. But we don't have, the constraints aren't like CARES where it was, you get it now and you gotta spend it really fast. They're giving us the opportunity to step back and really look at it because the terminology they're using for this funding is transformational. So they want you to step back and look at how you can really impact the community in the long run with the utilization of the funds.
All right. So when you're suggesting we do the work session?
Well, we've got the work session that you just set for October 12th. So if we did one in the second meeting in October, which would give council time to provide any suggestions for utilization of the funding to us, and we can incorporate that into the presentation to council. And Mrs. Bennett, you won't be here.
The 26th?
Yeah.
I just told him that too.
She just made that
That
note on my
that just dawned on me. I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm not gonna be here and I won't call in.
Are you okay with that still being part of that work session, or would you prefer?
I would actually
move
prefer to be here,
Okay,
if that's okay with council.
yeah,
Yeah.
I like to be here.
I mean,
If you're having the work session, you're not taking action.
Mm-mm.
Okay, if you guys are having the work session, you're not taking action, I would definitely say move forward. I'll watch remotely on a different day than the 26th. And I'll take my own notes and I'll email my recommendations. That way we don't have anything halting us from moving
It's no
forward.
rush, you just said, so we can just do it in November. I would say, instead of doing all of that.
You said there's no rush on this?
November.
Mr. Altman?
Yeah, so we have the luxury of time right
Okay.
now. So the meeting the first meeting in November would be November 9th.
Okay. We can have that November 9th.
So do we need to vote on that, or just,
Vote on the
Date
work
of the
session? We
work
can vote
session.
on the work session.
I move that we make a work session for the American Rescue Plan Act funds on November 9th, 2021 at 6:30 PM.
okay. Second,
Second it.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Randolph. Roll call.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
yes,
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
All right, moving on to C1, CR1. Counselor Randolph?
I really think that we hit most of this in what we discussed on closed session, but this was brought up in relation to a board and commission appointment that we did earlier this year, where it was, the clerk notified us of an opening that had come in that day, and we appointed somebody that night without interview, without anything. So, I would like to see what council's thought is if we, and I think we've already discussed this,
Okay.
but to allow a 2-week time period for that board and commission opening before we actually appoint somebody, at least 2 weeks. We kind of had talked about it being more than 2 weeks. We talked about it being advertised for, and I don't think we ever came to a decision, but as much as 3 months, I think is what I heard. But I would like to request that we, not tonight, but when we work through all the boards and commissions issues that were brought up tonight, that we consider no new appointments on any openings or any reappointments for, but did we make the time frame, Counselor Gore? Okay.
No, you talked about it in the back, but we never
Right.
decided on a time frame or 2 weeks. Out here,
Right,
we said we would advertise this immediately and let her come back with recommendations.
right. So I'm okay with that as long as the recommendation that she comes back with, it does, and I think it did in your motion, include a time frame.
No, it didn't.
did
So
not?
let's clarify. No, it
Okay.
didn't. What I was talking about was displaying vacancies. What
Right.
you're talking about is how long a vacancy must be present in order for someone to be appointed. We did not talk about that. I mean, we did
Okay.
not, that was not in my motion. So if you want to do that, then
Okay, yeah, and that's what I'm going for. I don't want same-day appointments. I don't think that's fair to the general public. They don't know about it. I don't think that it is considerate of an opening. But I do think it is being covered by what was talked about earlier tonight, where the city clerk will start to be bringing more of the openings to the public. And if that's the case, then it kind of makes my issue hopefully moot. But I just don't want to see boards and commissions being applied for and put forth in front of us the same day that they become open.
And I just wanted to, I want to make a statement. During this time, when was this, in February? When did this happen? Do you know the time frame? Well,
Probably
our
2 months ago.
during that, was it 2 months ago?
No.
Y'all were in public.
What?
Y'all were
In
here.
May?
Yeah,
I think it was
May is not 2 months ago.
no, I don't think, was it?
Well, anyway, I'm gonna say
It was
that we
July
have to give
or
the
August. It
city
was
clerk grace. She seen an opening, she
Oh, that wasn't
got a
her
rate,
fault.
it's nothing to her. We have to set these terms and policies, and we have to set them and not say, oh, how about 2 weeks or how about a month? We do need to set something, and that not only goes for her office, it also goes for all of our appointees, because we can't have them out there flapping, wondering what we're doing. We have to set things in stone, and that's only fair to our appointees. So, I'm just making that statement. Counselor Pelham?
I think, well, it wasn't the same day, first of all. And I think the appointment was for the position that Council Randolph left.
No, ma'am, it was not.
Wasn't, well, Mr. Dane left. So he left.
Who? Mr. Dane, no.
Yeah, it was the position he left on the,
No, sir, it was not.
well, it was for the EDA, it wasn't the same day.
It was the chairman
So,
of the
so
EDA.
you of all people would know that when there's an opening on your old committee of the EDA. So everybody, I think it was general knowledge that there was an opening for the EDA anyway, and as counselors, we use our social media, especially Facebook, for everything else. So it'd have been appropriate for us to be trying to solicit someone to take the replacement of the people who leave. I think in this case, maybe some of y'all were just slow in doing so, and someone was interested, and I encouraged them to apply. So the majority agreed that the person was qualified and could serve in our capacity. So that's what we did. And so I don't have a problem with announcing it for 2 weeks or whatever. But most of the time, we know when these positions are open. So it's up to each counselor to go out and solicit those persons that they think are qualified and get that information in. Slow, you missed the boat. So that's what happened. But it wasn't the same day.
Counselor Gore, Counselor Randolph?
I think the
Can you reflect that in my
clarification,
writing?
the clarification needs to be made that there's a difference between how long something is advertised versus how soon it can be filled once it's been vacant. That's, to me, what I hear the question at hand being. If I hear correctly, there was a vacancy and it was filled immediately versus being held open for at least a certain amount of time that we don't have established. That's not the same as saying, advertise the vacancy for a certain amount of time. So like, and I think that's what we need clarity on, because I hear two different things being said. So like, if the Economic Development Board has a vacancy tomorrow, as long as whatever we decide to be the time period that Ms. Best advertised that vacancy in advance, once it's open, it's fair game to be appointed. Because it's been advertised theoretically for at least whatever that time frame is. So let's say hypothetically speaking, we come back, we approve that it must be advertised for at least 3 months in advance. So you know there's a vacancy coming up on October 1st. So 3 months prior, you should be advertising at. October 1st is fair game to get filled because it's now vacant. You met your threshold for how long you need to advertise. That's where I stand. I think what I hear is that October 1st comes and you gotta wait at least 2 weeks before we can appoint. That's what I hear. And Mr. Ahmed, is that what you were hearing too? Because you were nodding your head when I was talking.
So I think there's, I
Two
hear-
different things.
Go
well,
ahead.
so what I was hearing in your, I don't disagree, because we have two things going on here. One is what y'all talked about earlier in the meeting, which is we know there's a vacancy coming up because of term or whatever,
Right.
and it's October 1st and we advertise. I think what was mentioned in here is I'm on the EDA and I resigned today.
Right.
And so now that question is, how long from the point of resignation do you wait to appoint?
That's right.
And I see what because you're exactly, that we know those term limits that are gonna be on that chart.
Right.
And when they're gonna come off and those get advertised, but someone, moves to Colorado and has to resign today, I think that's the question here is, now, is there do we appoint someone immediately upon the resignation, or do we put out for a certain period of time, advertise for people to then apply or express interest in filling that position? Because there are two issues going on here.
Right.
I mean,
That's what
I
was
don't
gonna say.
disagree with the concept and theory, because I've been saying that the same thing for a long time, because if you look at all of the boards, it's the same people on the majority of them. And there can be arguments made that even some recent appointments were hand-selected, and we didn't even have TPRs when we were asked to vote on them. So I can, hear that argument. I'm just saying, if we're gonna do it, it needs to be evenly applied, not just because there's an incident.
Okay.
Because we had a vote for someone that we didn't even have a TBR, but there was a majority who wanted to vote for that person, and it passed. Now we have an issue when someone did apply rightfully and was appointed right away, and there's a disagreement. So,
You done?
don't y'all remember that?
Yeah.
Are you done?
I mean, I'm just saying, I'm fine with
I'm
whatever,
okay.
but I mean.
I'm just
you gotta
asking because
apply
I'm
it
after
closely.
you, so I don't want to start speaking until you're
No,
done.
yeah, I'm done. I'm saying whatever it is, whatever council decides to do when she brings back her recommendations, then it just needs to be applied across the board, because if you want to go that route, then we don't need to appoint people without TBRs. We need to appoint people that have been recommended without applying. I mean, but that was done, and that was fine.
I'm okay with that, but in the specific instance I was talking about, it was either same day or the day before, and the issue that I took with that is not that I didn't know about it or that I didn't want to see somebody appointed to it. It was that, and first and foremost, let me say, I am not blaming Molly. This was not Molly's fault, and I am not blaming her for it.
Thank you.
The issue is that that person that put in their resignation asked for the resignation to be done effective 2 weeks later. And what we did was vote and put in somebody, and that person never got to resign at the time frame they wanted to. That's not right. So I agree that we need to set up a specific. Excuse me?
I know,
Where was that
never was
information
known.
given?
In the resignation that was given to
It's
the
10:30.
clerk.
Yes, it's
10:30.
10:30.
No, that's not right.
Meeting is adjourned.
That job was open.
There's some,
Do you know the letter she's talking about?
No, I don't know if she told me.
I would like to see the letter, this letter.
and for the record, it's not I won't call in, I just can't call in on the 26th.
Oh, too late now. Didn't cut the cameras off and everything. Now you want to clean it up.
I used the wrong words.
Is that?
Oh my gosh. Hey Janice.
I got cut off.
Yeah. Meeting's over.